Good morning, guys. Can you guys hear me?
Hello, Azeez, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Good morning.
Oh, we can hear you.
Good evening, wherever you guys are. For those in
Good
Nigeria,
morning.
good evening.
Good morning.
Good morning. Ismail, good morning. Oh, good evening. All right. Let me let these people in.
Azeez,
Yes, I'm here.
Azeez, I applied for an entry level position and I was interviewed based on the projects I showed,
Mm-hmm.
but unfortunately I could not get the job. But the interviewer asked me,
Hamza, you're cutting in and out.
hello,
Yeah, I can hear you. Your sound is cutting in and out.
okay, is it fine now?
Yes, it is.
Yes, I was interviewed uh, for the position of cloud support engineer. The interviewer asked me, uh, tell me what you built, tell me about your projects, any you have built. So I showed the projects and he asked me, uh, then I uh, gone through my projects. So he asked me, uh, I told him that I deployed this AWS infrastructure on AWS, which is handling around 10,000 requests per hour using auto scaling, load balancing, reducing operational costs by 40% while maintaining the 99% uptime. So the interview just was around the project. So he asked me how I made a certain decisions, how I can scale it to 1 million uh, requests per minute or 1 million requests per hour. So I lost. In this scenario, I lost. So I want to ask you, how can I answer this question?
How to, you mean, what was the question? How to scale your application?
Yes. He asked me, how can I scale my application requests to 1 million users, 1 million requests per hour per day.
For for the application, for our project, you just um uh, increase the size of your auto scaling group.
Okay,
So your auto scaling group has desired capacity for how many servers you are have running. So you can just increase the desired capacity of your auto scaling group, the maximum and the minimum, and also add some scaling policies that checks probably like the CPU usage of your server.
okay.
Yeah,
So
so that's all you have to do with that. You just have to increase the size of your auto scaling group. And that will add
one
more servers as as more people are coming to your site.
Okay. One of the question was uh, around the rollback strategy. He asked me, is there any rollback strategy in your project? For example, if the requests per minute per hour goes up and the system fails, so the is there any rollback strategy? The you know the application recovers automatically. So I was completely lost in this question too.
Yeah, so the auto-scaling group can handle any server that's failing. The auto-scaling group is it has the part of its job is to remove the server and add new ones. So all that stuff is built into into it. And if they ask you about what a strategy rollback strategy is that there are different ways you can answer a question. So for example, we're using an AMI. AMI, the AMI contains the configuration of our server. So if there is any bad server, auto-scaling group can remove it and can use the AMI to launch a new one. You can deploy your infrastructure with Terraform, which is what we are doing, which allows you to spin up your infrastructure real quick. But in the case though that your server is already up and you are using auto-scaling group can do all that job on its own because that's really the job of auto-scaling group. So
Yes,
so it's just rollback strategy. It could be if it's your database, you can take periodic snapshots of your database and use the snapshot um, to launch a new RDS server. So it just depends. So
So,
so mainly when you guys are the and I'm updating because I want to um just put some information out there and just make it clear. Mainly you when you guys are going to interview, the best way to capitalize on the interview and get and get the best out of it is you are going in the interview with the knowledge of what you already know, not planning something to say, right? Because you don't know what type of questions they're going to ask you, right? And and so you want to be well-rounded in your knowledge of things. Just make sure whatever you put on your resume, you can speak to it and you can back it up. Because if you make it to an interview, that means they already saw what's on your resume, they like it, and that's why they're interviewing you. So in your case, Hamza, that was actually a good opportunity because they saw your resume, and it was actually a good interview because I like the fact that they focused on what was on your resume, and that's what I told you guys they would do. They focused on what was on your resume, and they will also focus on what you are saying you know. So if you're telling them you built this project, right? And they will ask you question around the project, right? So just know what every details about your project, right? So anything that has to do with rollback, that just means that if something fails, like let's say you're trying to deploy something and it fails, or later on something fails, how can you go back to the previous working version of that thing, right?
yes,
Um,
yes,
and with auto-scaling group automatically handles that, right? If there's any server that is coming up and the server, there's some type of issue with the server, auto-scaling group will automatically remove that server and just launch another one. So that's why when you guys launch the auto-scaling group, and we did it when we launched the auto-scaling group, go into the the testing, when we're testing the auto-scaling group, you can terminate the server, you see auto-scaling group will launch another one. And that's based on the desired capacity, and is also based on the maximum and the minimum capacity. Then auto-scaling group also goes beyond that. Auto-scaling group will launch your servers based on those, whatever you say my maximum and minimum is, and desired capacity. But let's say there are certain events that are happening on your website, like at certain times there will be spike on your website. Like maybe on a day you are having a sales on your website, more people are coming to your website. You can add scaling policy to your auto scaling group that monitors the CPU utilization of your servers. So because when people are accessing your website, your server will be, that means they are using your server and the CPU usage will be up. And you can say in your scaling policy, you can set things like if my CPU utilization of my EC2 instance is at 70%, launch another server. So that way when the spike, more people are accessing your site, and that is putting heavy load on your servers, and the CPU is going up. As auto-scaling group will notice that and will just keep launching new servers for you. And that's how you will handle more requests, right? That's the beauty of
Okay.
auto-scaling group, because even if it's kind of like a trick question, if they ask you, how would you handle 10,000 users, right? The same
No,
way
I
you are.
just I told them on my guess that I the infrastructure I deployed on AWS can handle 10,000 requests per hour. But he asked me how can I scale up to 1 million.
So that's what I'm
So
saying. So it's a
yeah,
trick question. The same way you handle 10,000 is also the same way you handle 1 million, right? It's the same
so
way.
the auto scaling automatically launch new servers.
Yes. So you can say in your auto scaling group, you can, in your auto scaling group, you can increase the maximum amount of servers auto scaling group can launch to 100 or 1,000. So the more servers your site will need, the more auto scaling group will just keep creating based on what you've already set there. So it's the same way. So that's what I was going to say. It's the same way you were handling 10,000. It's the same way you handle 1 million, right? Because you don't know when 1 million people are going to come to your site, right?
Oh yes.
So, so you can't just put a server there for 1 million people, because you are just wasting money at that point, because you just have servers there. And if, let's say, only 20,000 people are accessing your site, and your server that you've configured there is supposed to handle 1 million people, then you're just wasting money at that point. So to handle 1 million people, you put something in place, which that thing is the auto scaling group that will be able to dynamically scale your application if it needs to handle more people. So that's it. So that's what I'm saying. In that case, if they ask you a question like that next time, just think of scaling up your auto scaling group. So there are two ways you can scale up your auto scaling group. One is, which is the one I always recommend, is just increase the maximum and the minimum capacity size of your auto scaling group.
Size of
Just,
auto scaling.
yeah,
Yes.
just say I'll increase the maximum to, there's probably some calculation you can do to see with the instance type you are using, roughly how many users it can take. Then once you decide that, then you can say, okay, you know what, based on my calculation of the instance type that I'm using can handle 50 users. If I need to handle 1 million, then my auto scaling group needs to scale to this amount. So you can say something like that, but
It's called
really
AWS Optimizer. It's AWS EC2 Optimizer. That's what it's called. Sorry to jump in.
okay. So, so you can say that, but mainly, so the two ways you can scale it is you can add more servers, which is the more of the recommended way. And the other way is you can increase the instance type of your server. Because there are some other servers that handles that instance type that are much powerful than the T2 micro. So you can say I can increase the instance type, but the thing with the instance type is it costs more to use higher instance type. So it's better to just increase the maximum capacity of your auto-scaling group. So that way, if anything happens and your server needs to scale up, auto-scaling group will just automatically handles it for you. And in the auto-scaling group settings, AWS is adding, I think they've added other new things there too that can help you catch this thing. I think they have some type of scaling policies there now that they've automatically create that handles different things. So when you guys create the project, you just are supposed to dissect everything. So make sure by the time you are done with the project, you know you can speak about everything about that project. So even if they ask you to handle a million requests, don't think of is a trick question. Don't, I mean, it's not really a trick question, but don't think of it too much. Just think of it the same way you handle 10,000 people is the same way you handle a million people. You just need more servers.
He also asked, does your deployment have health check system and automated rollback? So I told him my system, my deployment does not have any health check system and rollback strategy because I did not apply it there. And
And I had a similar interview, and they asked the same exact questions, and the answers I gave was like for they said like 100 to one ridiculous number, and I just said, hey, I use either um, EKS or AKS, um, and I use my HPA horizontal um, um, auto scaling ability for my um, for the need of the users. But first, I would like that's when I go back and look at the sizing of the EC2, and like that's what Aziz was saying. There are some new um, features AWS has come in and put in where it can give you a preference of what is the best size of your CPU and RAM size to use. That's basically resizing. Then from resizing, once you get the resizing, I told them about the auto horizontal. You have to make sure you said horizontal, because if you say vertical, it's just increasing, like what Aziz was saying, it's just increasing this EC2 usage, but it's not doesn't really answer the question of making sure it's covering the amount of users. But once you say horizontal, it automatically just scales as the users come in. Like as it says, if you say 1 million, it will scale to 1 million. If it's 20 million, it will scale to 1 million. When the size decreases to zero, it would decrease to that zero to your minimum you set, and that's it. Then when it goes to the question about rollback strategies is there are two rollback strategies. One is blue green, and the other one is rollback canary. It used to be called canary strategy. Now it's called the rollback strategy. Blue green is when you have two identical um, 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 versions running at the same time, and basically you the the blue allows a certain percentage of the users to enter that server. Then you do your observation and you do all your testing. Then if it passes, then you slowly transfer those users to the green server. So and that creates a zero. I think they call it zero latency for for a roll for that strategy. Then the second one is the rollback, which is the canary strategy, and that one is basically you're just having two same versions, and you're if the second version you're using doesn't work well, you just roll back all the users gradually to the previous, as it says, rollback. You're just rolling back all your users back to the previous version. And sometimes in on EKS, AKS, and once you use that's where Argo CD comes in. When it's synced into your Git, it automatically can do that for you. That was the answer I gave them. But what caught me off in my own was the names they were using. I wasn't used to those names. They were like zero latency. So I had to like really think about it and gather myself. And they were. It showed me, from my observation, it showed that I lacked confidence. But I was true. I was able to muster the answer and give it to them. But I think that was when I researched it, and that was what um, it came out to. I don't know if Aziz can shed some more light into that.
Yeah, so I feel like, so when you guys are going to your interview, don't, even if they ask you like, if they ask you a question about something, just be direct, straightforward to the answer, and be confident about it, right? If you are giving them a bunch of explanations about something, right? They just feel like you're saying different things to try to see which one sticks. So you need to be very straightforward to your answer. So if someone asks you about this application we are working on, um, question about health check, the application load balancer has an health check. That's why in the health check settings we have the success code 202 200, 301, 302, 303, right? The application load balancer there is a health check there, right? The auto scaling group, those are the only places you can, well, not only, but the main places you put health checks. For your server, you can put, I just told you can have like scaling policies where you can put health checks there, right? That can check for the health of your servers. But auto scaling group automatically does that, right? Um, Rollback. What are you trying to roll back? The only thing are you rolling back your entire infrastructure, or you are rolling back your RDS instance or your EC2? If you are rolling back your EC2, just create an AMI that already has your server configured on it. Then you can use that AMI to launch new EC2 instance. If it's RDS you are rolling back, there you can always set a schedule to create snapshots of your RDS database every day, or based on that schedule. And if it's your infrastructure you are rolling back, you can just use Terraform or infrastructure as code too, where your code, your infrastructure exists in Terraform code that you can use to spin up new infrastructure in any region when you need to. I mean, these are all simple, straightforward questions. It's not something you have to think very hard on. And these are questions you should know if you've said you've completed the project and you understand the project. These are things you should know, right? So they are not trick questions, and they are not questions where you have to give them smart answer. Yeah, like you feel like you have to give them smart answer. Just tell them what it is. And in the project, those things are there.
One of the main drawback I found that the engineering language, the tech language, for example, low latency, resilient architecture, fault tolerance. So these were the words the interviewer used, but
Okay.
I did not. Yes.
Yeah. So I mean, and we're kind of behind. We can save this to the end of once we are done today, and we can talk more about it. But if you if you shouldn't apply to an interview if you don't know what those terms mean, because those terms were covered in the Cloud Practitioner Solutions Architect course. That is actually even the 101 terms you are supposed to know. Like that is like the first thing they teach you. It's like when you are deploying an infrastructure in the cloud, right? Um um it's like the core foundation of deploying infrastructure in the cloud. There's cost efficient, there is resilience, there's fault tolerant, and there is low latency. So all these things, I'm not sure if low latency is one of it, but I know it's fault tolerant, resilient, uh, cost cost efficient, right? So all these
La-
things are
I think it's latency, not low latency.
yeah. So
When
yes,
when the application is not responding in time, that
yeah.
is called low latency. But latency is the time that the application will take to come up online.
Yeah. So these things are covered in the cloud practitioner, right? So when they say a fault tolerant application and all those things, you should understand what high availability. Thank you, Alexandra. So that's what I was. So high availability application, right? And that's one of it. Fault tolerant. And I can't remember, but if someone is mentioning any of these terms to me, I know what it means and I know what tools to use for. So for example, if someone is saying high availability, they're just saying like, how can your application be always available at all times, right? What tools can you use for high availability in AWS? Then you start thinking about that. The tools you that should come right off top of your head that you can use is auto scaling group and application load balancer. Those make your application highly available, and also using multiple availability zones. So you see, that's why even in our thing, I think I put it somewhere in there is the high availability, because you are launching your application redundantly from one AZ to another AZ. You are storing your servers is running in two AZs. So if one AZ is down, the other AZ can be up. So all these things all this knowledge is already in the project. You guys just have to really take your time to understand it, right? And I have that knowledge check for every project that I send to you guys. That covers pretty much majority of all the things you need to know about the project. Will you understand everything, know every question they ask you? No, probably not. But you just need to make sure like whatever the basics is that you need to know going into the project, you need to know, right? You need to know. So if you don't know the term resilient, fault tolerant, highly available, then just kind of like look it up now just to know them, but that you learn in like the cloud practitioner course, right? And all that stuff is implemented in our site, right? A resilient application just means that uh, fault tolerant, for example, means that the application can fail. Part of the application can fail, but the application itself is still working. Like your infrastructure can, let's say one server is down, but people can still access your site because you have another server that is serving the site. So resilient, if I'm not mistaken, that has to do with just how strong your application is. Like what are you implementing in your application that's making it resilient, meaning that it's not someone can just come and hack into your servers and all these things. That's why we are using things like security groups. We are only allowing access to things that need access, right? We are using public and private subnets. We are using NAT gateways, right? So, I mean, all these things are in the project. You guys just have to take your time. And also, I've always told you guys, getting a job getting a job is a byproduct of having the skills. It's not the other way around. And I'm sorry if I'm being blunt. I kind of don't like when you guys put getting a job first, but I understand because I was once there, right? But you guys don't put getting a job first before building the skills. Try to build your skills first. Make sure you understand what you are doing. But if you say, you know what, I just want to do interview just to see, get experience doing interviews, see what type of questions they will ask me, that's fine. But I'll say out of all my students, it's probably like 50-50. I get like 50% of people that just wants to do the project, build the skills, make the skills their own, understand the skills. Then they just take that skill and run with it. And I have people that are just trying to complete the project just to get a job. And I'm saying it's not like that. I don't care if you complete the project. I care that when you complete a project, you understand what you did in that project. You know the project. So don't just say, I'm doing project 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and by the time I'm done with 7, I shall have a job. It don't work like that. You need to know what you are doing. And last thing I'll say before I start, that's why for each of this project, let me share my screen. Each of this project, I have um I have check, the knowledge check that I sent to you guys, right? So uh, no, that's not where I want to be. Not even there. So every project has a knowledge check, right? Things you guys must ask yourself, right? Um, I think someone messed up this thing. I need to fix it because this is not supposed to be in there. Anyway, yeah, or maybe I clicked on someone else's thing. Oh no, project one. So okay, let me check what's my own knowledge check for project one. I'll just use project two because someone messed up there. I need to fix it. All right. So these are the things you should understand, right? The different things we did in the project that you should understand, right? And that also goes with so you can see here, I have monitoring and validation, right? Things you should understand, right? Configuring CloudWatch alarm for CPU usage, right? Like you guys are supposed to go through all these things and check this one by one. Ask yourself this question: do I know if even if we didn't configure it, right? Ask yourself, do you know this question? How do I what is it? What is it saying, right? And why do I need to monitor my CPU, right? Uh, monitoring health checks, right? Is part of the review, right? CloudWatch logs, right? Right. So all these things are here. So I'm pretty much saying if you go through the project and you try to understand what's in the project, it will prepare you for your interview. But all the same, Hamza is good. The interview should be a good experience for you and should also be pointing you in the direction of where you have uh things you need to review to get better. It's not like you haven't done this thing. It's probably just maybe you didn't think along that line. It's just forcing you to think a certain way. So I wouldn't think of it as a bad thing, but I'm telling you guys how you get a job fast is to build your skills first. That's what I was saying. So um anyway, we are kind of behind, so let's just start today's thing. Good evening, Pudi. How are you? John, good evening. Or good morning or wherever you are. Alexandra. Hi. So all right, let's start. Um So just open I think last week we left off on the RDS instance. Yeah. So we left off on the RDS instance, and this is today. So we are just the next one we're going to create today is we have to create the IAM role for the EC2. Then we will create the migration server, which is the EC2 that will migrate our data. We'll create the migration server, which is the EC2. Then from there, I want to create like 4 resources today. We'll up to the application load balancer, then we'll be done. So in the reference file, this is the file. Let me share the link with you guys again. And I did add new files in there. As I was building it, I'm adding the files as we go. So that's the file. So the one we are going to so you guys have realized that if you click on, I couldn't figure out how to do it last week, but if you click on this reference thing here, you can just click download and it will download the entire folder for you. So, but if you want to download each individual one, you can do that as well. The ones we are going to work on today is the IAM. So download the IAM and download the IAM, the migrate server, which is where is it at? Right here, data migrate one. Download this one too, and download the ACM, this one, and download the ALB. Those are the ones we'll work on today. Okay. Okay. So once you've downloaded them, just we'll start now. Okay. All right. So we're going to start with the role, the IAM role one. So here I'm just going to go to my downloads. The IAM one is here. I was unzip it. And the unzip version is here. I'm just going to go in there and this is the IAM one, right? So once you unzip it, you go in there, you see the IAM folder. In the IAM, you'll see 2 folders in there. That's what we need. So just take the IAM folder itself with the 2 folders in it and drag it into your modules directory. So your modules repository, your local repository that we've been using. So drag the IAM one in there. Then you click copy folder. So that'll put the folder in there. And if you go in there, you'll see the IAM. There should be like an EC2 instance. There's one for the ECS execution role because we are going to create that one later on when we get there. So right now it's just the EC2. So you would say the main.tf outputs and variables in there, right? Okay, all right, let's start. Let me see, is it that? I think that's too big. Let me just do this one. All right, so remember these resources are pretty much coming from the previous project we've done, right? So we are just tailoring them to Terraform module. right? So we did this EC2 instance role that gives your EC2 instance access to S3 in our Terraform project, right? So the only thing is, remember, I'm providing the variables, because variables is just things we don't want to hard code, right? That we would use variables for. So the variables, you don't have to change anything in there. I have just put the variables there. So the main thing we'll be updating is the main.tf and the output. So in the main.tf here, we have the resource type that is, we have the resource type of the resource we are trying to create, which is an IAM role. And we have the reference name right here. So we have the name and the permissions for it. So here you really don't have to change anything because it's pretty much, this is always standard for like if you're trying to give any service access. So what service is allowed to assume this role? And you can see here EC2 service. So that one is default. Then here, really in this main.tf, there's nothing to change here because it's the same exact one as the one from the last project. And we're attaching the role, right? The role we just created here. You can see the reference name, the resource type reference name, resource type reference name. We're attaching this role, or we're attaching a policy to this role. And here we are using AWS default policy, which is the AWS managed policy, S3 full access. And now we create a instance profile for that role, right? This is what the EC2 we will attach to the EC2, the profile, right? So it's the same thing. So nothing will really change here. Then the next thing is the output, right? The output is what you want to export out, right? And here we are exporting out the profile name because, when we launch our EC2 instance next, that profile is what the EC2 instance will use to access it. So here, the output is profile name, right? So for the value, we need to go in our main.tf where we created the profile, not here, the main.tf, right? We created the profile here, right? So the profile name we are trying to export will be the resource type and the reference name. We'll copy that. Then we'll go in our output and paste it here. And remove the quotes, add a period, come all the way to the end, add another period, and type name, because that's the attribute we are trying to export out. So that's all we need to do for this project for the IAM role. Here, you can see in the role, the two variables we only have in there is the environment and project name. And that is what we have under variables, environment and project name. Plus, this is a role we are not creating in a VPC or anything, so it's a little bit easier than the other one. So that's that one. Before we, let's create the project for it. Let's just do it as we go so that we're not going to be behind. So open your project for it. And in your project, just come here, press enter here. Press enter here. And first, I'm just going to add a note and I'll call it create EC2 instance profile. Let's just call it a instance profile. All right. Then it is going to be module. Then the module name, you can give it any name you want. So we can call it EC2 instance profile. Let's just call it an EC2 instance profile. Right. Then the source. The source will pretty much be, so the source for this one will be a little bit different, right? It's the same, but it will be different. Right? Let's just push that module. I'm just going to push it. Create IAM. Going to push it. Right. So once I push it and I go into my GitHub repository, I think I'm in the wrong repository. Let me just see. Okay. So in my repository, okay. Okay, I'm already signed in. So in my repository, in the modules repository, right? I just pushed the IAM. You can see here, there's the SD. There is the IAM folder, and in that folder, there is another folder called EC2 Instance Profile. Because now I have two folders in there. So just like the rest of them, where there's just one directory, the IAM one has two. Because later on, when we put the EKS there will be two directories. So you can point to which one you are using. So that is why here in our project, you can see here IAM EC2 Instance Profile. So in our project, it is going to be, you can start by copying this and paste it here for the value. Then we change the RDS to IAM /, then go into the whatever folder in that IAM we want to access, which is the EC2 Instance Profile. So I'm just going to copy the name from here. So rename, if I do rename, I can do Control C to copy it. Then here, I'm going to paste it here. So that's how you do that one. So make sure it is IAM, then EC2 Instance Profile. Then remember what we said, whatever module you are pointing to, whatever variable is in that module, that's what you list here, right? So if you go to that module, this is the one we are pointing to, right? If you go to the variables, there are two variables, environment and project name. So that is what we are going to list here. So we already kind of did it here, so we can even copy it from here. So environment and project name, those are the two variables that are in that module, right? And just to explain the values again, for the environment, the value for environment, we specified it in the VPC module. So that's why here we have module.vpc where the value is specified, the name of the value in the VPC module, which if you, I think I need to, maybe if I do this, trying to figure out the best way to dock this, but anyway, if I show you guys in the VPC, the output, that's where it is pointing to. You can see here, there's an output called environment, and there's an output called project name. That is what that is pointing to here. So our project is pointing to the VPC module. It is saying in the VPC module, look for the output with the environment name and look for the output with the project name. So whatever that value is in the VPC, that's what I want to use here. So that's what that means. And we are pretty much done with this one. And the next one we will do is the EC2 migrate, right? So for that one, let's start with the zip file. Let's start with the zip file. So the zip file, data migrate, click extract all, then go into that folder. You see a data migrate folder here. In there, there's like the files we will use. I even have the script there too. So just drag it into your module. Make sure you don't put it in any of the folders here, just in the open space here. So that is in its own folder. Then you click copy folder. And you can see we have the data migrate here. In there, we have the script we will use. So the flyway script, you guys don't have to change anything here. We have the main.tf and the variables. The variables, you don't need to change anything to. So I've added all the variables we need. But you'll see them here once we start using them. All right. So we are just going to start with the main.tf, right? So here we have an EC2 instance that would migrate our data, right? So the instance type is EC2, and we're using it to migrate our data. Same as the one where we did in the Terraform project. So for the IAM, we've created a variable for it, right? And I mean, the AMI, we created a variable for it, right? The AMI ID. And the instance type, we created a variable for it. But the main thing we are changing in the Terraform module is whatever is pointing to then things that has to do with Terraform module. So for the subnet ID, for example, this EC2 will be created in a subnet. And you guys know the subnet is in the VPC module. So we have to point there. But for now, anything that's pointing to a different module, remember what I said with Terraform module, anything that's pointing to a different module. For now, you are not answering the question for now. You are just creating a variable for it. The actual pointing is done in the project that is using the module. But for now, you are just creating a variable for it. So that is why here, we want to create this EC2 instance in a subnet, right? And you guys know in our VPC module, we have output out. In our VPC module, we have output out our subnet ID. So here you can see this public subnet, private app subnet is the one ID, private app subnet is the two ID. We are going to launch this EC2 in our private app subnet. So we can use any of the ID of the private app subnet. We can either use the private app subnet is the one ID or private app subnet is the two ID. I'm going to use the private app subnet is the one ID, right? So I'll copy the output here. This is not pointing to it, but what I explained to you guys is that when you are setting your module, when you are setting the variables for what this subnet ID should be pointing to, because remember, it's a variable you put here. I'm saying that always name the variable the same name as the output you want it to point to. So I hope I said that, I said that in a way I was supposed to say. So always for any argument that is pointing to an output for another module, always name the variable the output you want to point to. So that way, when you are doing the connection later on, you are not confused. So since I want to point this to the private app subnet EZ1 ID. That is why I'm creating a variable name var private app subnet EZ1 ID. So later on, when I look at it, I know what I need to connect it to. So here, that's all we are doing here. We're just creating a variable for it. Then we'll do the same thing for the VPC security group ID. Here, we need to point it to a security group. Remember, we created our security group in the security groups module, and there's an output there that is exporting the IDs of different things. Well, here, this is where we created the security group for data migrate server, which is what we are creating now, right? So we just need to create a variable, and I'm going to use the name of what I'm trying to point it to, which is this ID. So here, this will be var dot I'll paste the data migrate server security group ID. And EC2, the IAM instance profile is the same thing. Remember, in the last module we created, the IAM EC2 instance profile, there's an output there. We are exporting the EC2 instance profile name. So for this one, we want to point it to that, but what we are doing now is not pointing it. What we are doing is just we are adding a placeholder here so we can point it later on in our project. But for your variable placeholder, I'm saying it, always name it the same thing you will be pointing it to. So since we are going to be pointing it to this output later on, that is why I am giving, not this one, the output instance, EC2 instance profile name, since we are pointing it to this. So I'll just make my variable the same name. So I'll just say var dot that EC2 instance profile name. Here is the user data, right? So this user data just says like, in the user data section of this EC2, we are going to run this script there, right? And the script is saying like, is in a template file, and it is in the same directory as the module. That's what this path module means. So if you look in our data migrate, you can see our template file is here, and the name of the file is the same exact name you see here. So that's all that one is saying, right? And the next one is flyaway version, right? All these things are in the variables already. So if we go to the left side here, I'm just going to minimize it. So you can see we've done this one, flyaway version, right? That's what you're saying here, flyaway version. The URI of where this file is located in our S3 bucket, right? So we've created as a variable, which is what you are seeing here. So the next thing we'll do here is the RDS endpoint, and DB name and so on, right? So you can see all the variables we'll be covering are already in the variables file that I provided. So the next thing is the RDS endpoint. Remember, anything that is pointing to a module, you put a placeholder as a variable. So here we're just going to type var dot, what are we trying to point it to later on? We are trying to point it to our RDS endpoint. So that means that will be in our RDS module. So if we go in our RDS module and we go to the outputs, you can see this output is exporting the endpoint of the RDS. So whatever name we name that output, we'll call our variable the same name. And please remember, and I keep saying it over and over, we are doing it this way so it is easier for you to know what you are pointing to. This variable here is not what is doing the actual connection. The variable is just a placeholder for now. And we are only using the same name so we know what it is supposed to point to. Because even if I call this RDS endpoint ID. It will still work, but in the project that will be calling this module, I just have to make sure I specify the right output name in whatever I'm trying to point to. So please understand, when we are creating variables here, for the placeholder, this is not where the connection is made. This is just, we are using the same name so that it is visually easy for you later on. The next thing is the RDS DB name. Remember the RDS DB name, that one, we created that one in the secrets manager module, right? We export, because our RDS password credentials is in secrets manager. So in this secrets manager module, that's where we get it. Then once we get it, then we can, other modules can use it, right? So since we want to set the RDS DB name, you can see here, the RDS DB name is here. That's what we named the output. So we could just call the variable the same name. So here, RDS DB name. So it will be var dot RDS DB name. Then we'll do the same thing for the username. So the username is here. This is what we call the output. So in the main, it will be var dot RDS DB username. And for the password, it will be the same thing here. The password, this is what we called it. So we'll copy that, and it will be var dot RDS DB password. And for the tag, we are just tagging the environment name, project name, DB migrate. And that's all we need to do for this module. So we'll save. And this module does not have an output because there's nothing we are exporting out for this module. So once you save it, let's push it. We'll push it. I'll just type a commit message, create migrate EC2. So once you push it, you can verify it in your GitHub repository. So if I go in the module, you can see DB migrate is here and the files are there. Cool. So now we'll do the project that is calling the module, right? So this is our project. Or the infrastructure, we'll now just press enter here. And let's add a comment here. I'm just going to type create EC2 instance for database migration. Create EC2 instance for database migration. Right. Then this is where you now create your modules block. So you'll be module. Then you give the module a name. So let's call it DB migrate EC2 or data migrate EC2. Data migrate EC2. Then we'll type our source. Right. Our source will be the same as this one. So let's just copy any of this and paste it here. Then we just change that to whatever the module name is, right? The module name is data migrate. So you can copy it from here, or you can copy it from your modules there repo in Visual Studio Code. So copy the name from here and paste it here. Then remember, any module you are pointing to, go back to that module. Since we are pointing to this data, I go back to the module. If the module has a variables file, open it, right? All the variables that are listed there, you have to now list it under your source. So that's where everything under the source comes from. So since I'm just going to do it here, use Visual Studio Code instead of going back and forth. This one then, but it's fine. I'll do it this way. Okay. And it's because I already docked something. Yeah, it's not letting me dock it. All right. So here, I'm going to open my data migrate module that I'm pointing to. It has a variables file, right? So I say anything that is listed there in the variables file, you have to list here under the source. So here, the first one is Amazon AMI. So just for now, just copy it. You don't even have to worry about formatting it here. Just copy everything. So EC2 instance type. The next one is private app subnet. Is the one ID. So copy that one. The next one is the data migrate server security group ID. Copy that one. EC2 instance profile name. Copy that one. Flyway version. Um, SQL script S3 URI. RDS endpoint. This one has a lot. RDS DB name. RDS DB username. RDS DB password. Environment and project name. And project name. So that's all you list under the source. So if you select everything here and press the tab key, it is going to tab it for you. And when we run Terraform FMT, it would fix the format. So you don't have to worry about the format. So the next thing we are going to do now is just enter the values, right? So Amazon machine image, right? What's that? Amazon Linux AMI ID, right? That's the ID of the AMI we want to use, right? If we a second. This Zoom thing is just always in the way. It's very annoying. So if we go in the EC2 console and you just try to launch an EC2 instance, right? Make sure you are in the region you want to launch the instance. Then just click Launch Instance. Here, under Amazon Linux, we're using Linux 2023. And here you should see the AMI ID. So it's here. So make sure you don't use the same one I'm using. The AMI ID is always different. It will be based on whatever region you are using. So just do it this way so you make sure you are copying the right AMI ID. And in your project, that's where you put here. Then the next one is EC2 instance type. For that one, it will be T2 micro. So T2 dot micro. Right. The next one is the private app subnet is the one ID, right? So remember the private app subnet is the one ID will be in the VPC module, because that's where we created it. The output we are trying to point to is in the VPC module. So in the VPC, the name of our module is called VPC. So here, that's why I would type module. The module, we're saying we want the value is in the module, and the value is in the VPC module. Whatever the name of that module is, that's what you put here. Dot. The output in that module. Remember, this is where we make the actual connection. But remember, I told you guys, always name your variable the output. So since we named the variable the output, you can just copy this one and paste it here. That's why when you are putting this value, if you are pointing to something, you just copy this and put it here, right? But for learning purpose, I'll just go to that module to show you guys. So here we are saying we want to point to the VPC module and an output in the VPC module. So here in the VPC module, there's an output, and the output we want to point to is the private app subnet AZ1 ID. It's even easier to do it this way when you name it. Here, you just copy it from here. Because let's say I just went back to that VPC outputs and I end up copying the wrong one. It will still work, but you might be pointing it to the wrong thing. So, which is why when you are naming it, it's much easier to just match everything. So here, I'm just going to paste that. The next one is the security group. So again, the security group was created in the security groups module. So here we'll type module dot the security group, the name of the security group module. You can see here, we call this security groups with an S. So copy and paste it here. And the output in that security group module you want to point to. So in the security groups module, output, the output we are pointing to is the data migrate server. So I'm going to copy, and that's where I'm going to paste it. But I could have also copied from here because I named it the same thing. The next thing is the profile name, right? Remember, that is also in the IAM module. So here we'll type module dot the name of the module, right? The name of the module is here. We call the module EC2 instance profile, right? So we paste it here. Dot the output in that module. Remember, the module is pointing here. So if we go in there, so if we go in here and look at the output, this is what it is pointing to. So that's what you copy and paste it. And the next one is flyway version, right? For the flyway version, let's just use 11. You guys have the link to the documentation. So it's 11.19. dot one. That's the last one I used. So you can use this one. And the next one is the SQL script S3 URI. So this is the SQL script we want to migrate where the value of the ARN, right? So that will be in your S3 bucket. So you just go to your console, type S3, go to your bucket. It's like been so long. Which I know it's one of these ones. So I'll just use this one. Then code web files. That's why. Mm, yeah, I don't think it's this one. You know what? I'll get it from the other project because I don't remember which bucket I was using for that project. So whatever I used in the Terraform project, that's the right bucket. So if I look in my TFVAS, it's this one. So it's the dev AWS nodes app file. Okay. So this one. Okay. So once you go in your whatever bucket, you go in there, then you should see your next file selected, right? The URI is here. Copy this. That's what you want. And that's what you, let me just minimize this. That's what you paste here. Then the RDS endpoint, right? Remember that one is in the RDS module. So we're going to type module dot the name of the module. The module is right here. We called it RDS. So type your RDS here, dot the output in the RDS module you are pointing to. So if we go to the RDS module, output, the output is RDS endpoint. Yeah. So copy and in your project, paste it here. The next one is the RDS DB name, right? So that one is in the secrets manager module. So here we're going to type module dot the name of the module you want to point to. Here we call the secrets manager. So copy this name and paste it here. Dot the output in the secrets manager module you want to point to. So we name it the same name. For time's sake, I'll just copy it from here. Well, you guys understand now, this is pointing to the output in the secrets manager module. So we'll do the same thing for the DB username. So it will be module dot secrets manager, right? I could even copy that. You know what? I'm just going to put equal sign here because I know these tools are the same. To copy this and paste it here. So this one would be dot RDS DB username. And this one would be RDS DB password. And for the environment, that one is in the VPC module. So it'll be module dot VPC dot, it's the same name, environment. Then for the project name, it will be module dot VPC, where it is located, dot project name. All right, and that's pretty much it. And we are done with this. So when we launch this, it is going to pretty much create an EC2 instance and migrate the data for us. So Terraform will be doing that part automatically. We won't have to do any of this part manually, which is pretty cool. All right, let's just even launch it now. Let's apply because we already create two resource. So here, I'm going to, let me make sure I've pushed my modules. Then here, I'm going to right click on my main.tf file and click open in integrated terminal. Then I'm going to type Terraform and also make sure you save your file. I didn't save it. Save your file. And you guys can also enable autosave. So I know you can, there's a way you can do it here. Right here, autosave. But I didn't do it. I didn't enable it on mine because I want to show you guys. I just always want to save when I'm showing you guys stuff. So first I'm going to type Terraform FMT to format my file. So you can see if let me pull this down. You can see that it looks disorganized. If I type Terraform FMT and press enter, it is going to format it for me. So that's why when you guys are writing your code, just mainly focus on writing your code. Don't worry about the format. As long as you have it in the bracket, it knows what you are trying to do. Then you can format it later on. Then once we format it, we're going to type Terraform init. And if you guys want to force an upgrade to download all your modules again, you can do -upgrade. Terraform init -upgrade, and that would re-download all your modules again. So you can see re-downloaded all the modules again. Then here I'm going to type Terraform apply. Okay, so I have a typo somewhere. All right, this is good. Let me see. Module EC2 instance profile. Oh, okay, I see when I was copy pasting, I missed something here. Main.tf. So how you guys can troubleshoot this error. So if you get an error like this, right? How you can troubleshoot it is telling you. So it's saying unsupported attribute, right? It says on main.tf line 86. So this is my main.tf, right? So if I look at line 86 here, right? So that's where the error is. So on main.tf line 86, this equals that. So module.ec2 instance profile is an object, right? So sometimes so it's saying like in that module, right? The module I'm pointing to does not have an attribute. So you can see here, this object does not have an attribute name this. So that's where I see the error. You can see here I didn't, when I was copy pasting, I probably missed the E. So I'll just add the E back. So it should be that. So that's how you can troubleshoot it. So I'll add the E back, save it, and I'll run that again. So I'm going to init, well, I don't need to do init upgrade. I just need to do Terraform apply again. So you can see all the resources it will create. I'm just going to type yes, press enter. So it's now creating all that stuff, which this one will include the EC2 instance, and it will also migrate the data for us, right? Also on this script, one thing that is there that you guys already know about it is once it is done migrating, it will wait 7 minutes. So the 7 minutes is just to give everything time to migrate. And after that, it is going to terminate well, it doesn't terminate it, it will stop the EC2 instance. So that's what this has. All right. So while that is running, does anyone have any question?
Yes.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. The first thing will be, can I see what you have in the .git ignore, please?
I get it now.
Yes.
All right. You want me to send it to you?
Oh no. I'm just trying to compare it with what I have. Okay. Okay. So the second question will be, why are we using the EC2? I know there are multiple ways to do it, like to migrate the server. But
Mm-hmm.
from what I've seen consistently, they discourage using EC2 to do the migration. Like they're always encouraging us to do it in the using the CI/CD GitHub action, whatever, to do the migration. That way, we are not going to have to launch a server to do the migration.
They are saying you should use what are they saying to use, like a CI/CD?
Yeah, like we should do the migration in the pipeline. Like we should include it in one of the steps. Like we should build a job for it. Like we should create a job for it.
Yeah,
So
that's right.
just
That's
be
right.
migrated.
Well, that's right, but the thing to it is like we are not on the CI/CD yet. We are still in Terraform, right? So that's why we are using Terraform here, right? So it just using the I understand what you are saying because using the pipeline is much cost efficient. Not that it is better, it's just much cost efficient because we don't have to launch a server. We can just create a job that would do that. But we are not in the CI/CD part yet. You understand? So we are still just using Terraform here,
Okay, thank
right?
you.
Yeah. So since we are not doing CI/CD here. We are just using Terraform. So I'm showing, and this is not a continuous migration thing. This is a one and done. So let's say you have a continuous migration thing, continuous migration where you need to be migrating data. Yes, CI/CD would be much approach and where you create a job, right? But here we are deploying an application. We also need to migrate the application data into the RDS database one time. We only do it one time, right? So I feel like this is a good approach. Even when we do the CI/CD, we are still going to migrate our data this way. And when we get there, I'll show you the reasons why I did it that way. Because there is a longer route to do it where I agree with you, you create a job, but that just has too much dependencies. Let me tell you what I can explain now one of the issues you will have. I mean, there's walk around it, and before we get there, I will review it if it is the best way to do it. If it is not still the best way, I will still do it this way because I think this way is just very much straightforward and easier, right? And the issue you will have is here. Well, it's kind of like a limitation, but there's always a work around it. Where's my thing? Right. So let's say this is your GitHub Actions, which is what we will use in the next project. This is GitHub Actions, right? And this is your AWS environment. So in your AWS, you have your RDS instance here in the private subnet. Then GitHub is here. Your GitHub Actions is here. So let's say you create a job to migrate your data, right? Um, the the actions does not, because you understand this is like two cloud environment, two separate cloud environment. And you don't know how we allow stuff in our RDS is um we created a how we migrate our data around right now is we are creating an EC2. So here, when you are using GitHub Actions, right? Even if you create a job, right? Well, before you create the job, with GitHub, there are two type of runners you can use. Well, the type of runners you can use a GitHub provided runner, right? So let's say this is let me just, mm, how do I, let me just back up a little bit. So in GitHub, this is your GitHub environment, in your GitHub Actions, there's two type of runners you can use. So if one is the GitHub provided runner, so that means GitHub is providing that machine for you to use. It's usually a container. They'll provide it, it will run your job. And after it is done running your job, it will go away. So if you create a job using the GitHub runner to migrate your data, this runner does not have access to your AWS account. So it is not going to be able to migrate because an AWS there's no way you can add security group to it because it is something that comes up randomly that GitHub just pin up and it would do the migration. So there's no way you can open the security group for the RDS to use that runner. Am I making sense, Mr. Abram? Right?
Yes,
So you
yes.
understand so far. So that's where you will run into that first limitation. So you can't use this method. So the method you will now use is the method you will now use is a self-hosted runner. So remember, the one is a GitHub runner, which GitHub provides. A self-hosted runner is your own runner yourself, the one you created yourself that you are going to use. And guess what a self-hosted runner is? Even though it is in your GitHub account showing as a self-hosted runner, a self-hosted runner is an EC2 instance in your AWS account. You understand? So when you create a self-hosted runner in GitHub Actions, the actual server itself is an EC2 instance in your AWS account. So you are still create. So when you now write your job, right? Because since this is an EC2 instance in your AWS account, you can now set up the security group for this EC2 instance to access the RDS. So when you now run the job, it will be able to do it. So either way, you are still creating EC2 instance. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. It does.
Yeah. So that's the limitation you will run into because the GitHub provided runners, they won't have access to your console. And because they come up, they spin up, once they are done, they go away. So there's no way you can really open security group to say, I want to point it to this one. So the workaround that I created for it is I just use Terraform to do my migration, especially since it's the one and done. So if it's something where we need to set up continuously, where we are just migrating our data over and over again, yes, then this self-hosted runner is what we will use. But for this project, and there's just like a lot of headache using it because I think there's one guy that I haven't checked lately, but the last time if you go and look in the version of the CI/CD project I have now, you will see that that's how it's done. It was done through a GitHub Actions job, which is using a self-hosted runner. And the runner is depending on someone else's runner that person creates. So it's just really not straightforward. So I'll say just use Terraform to do it and you'll be good. You should be fine. Anyway, well, that was a good question. All right. Does anyone else have any question? All right. So we are done with this.
I have a question, Aziz.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Fine.
Can I see your file for your main.tf in the project file?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, line 86.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you mind explaining how we get that line again?
Okay, sure.
Because I'm thinking maybe we might add AIM dot EC2 instance since the EC2 instance profile file is in the file of AIM in the module. I'm not sure. Yeah, if you can
Oh, okay.
explain.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I see what you're saying. Yeah, you could. It's kind of a little bit confusing. All right. Cool.
Yes. Thank you.
No problem. So the what I did here is I could have create this module, and you guys can feel free to rearrange. So I could have created a module, right? Instead of having it in the AIM, I could have created another module called EC2 instance profile and pointed to it the same way we were doing everything, right? But for this project, I was feeling like I'm going to have multiple things that are multiple modules that falls under IAM. Like here, when we are creating the role, the EC2 role, that's IAM. Then later on, when we create, because this is an ECS project, then later on when we create the tax execution role, that is also a role, an IAM thing. So I didn't want to have all the IAM scattered all over the place. So that's why I did a main folder called IAM. Then in that main folder, any roles that I'm going to be creating, anything IAM related that I'm going to create will fall under this. So you can see here, one of the things that I create is the EC2 role, which the module is here in this EC2 instance profile. And another one we'll create later on is the ECS tax execution rule, which will be in this tax execution rule. So this is how the structure of it looks. So now when a module is calling this, right? When a project is calling this module,
Mhm.
you can see our project is here.
Yes.
It will call it to the IAM, right? You can see IAM. It's calling it to the IAM. Then in the IAM, there's also where the module is. So now that's when we are calling the actual module. And in there, you can see EC2 instance profile, EC2 instance profile. In here, that's where the module we are calling is in. Does that make sense? Right.
Yes. Yes. Okay. I see.
So that's how that comes about, right? So once we did that, and we created the modules here for that EC2 instance profile. So in this module that we are calling, we export out the EC2 instance profile role name, right? So this module is calling that module, and when we create this module, it would have the output that is exporting this out. So now
Okay.
that we are now using it on line 86, right? It would be the module dot the name of the module, right? The name of the module is this EC2 instance profile, right? That's what you're saying here. Dot the output in that module we are pointing to. The output is here. EC2 instance profile role name, right? Which is same thing you are saying here, EC2 instance profile role name. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yes. It makes sense now. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you,
think
sir.
it's just because it's just multiple. And if you want to do it the same way we've been doing it, where you just say, you know what, I want my EC2 instance, my let's say you say you guys want to do it this way, where you say you want your EC2 instance profile, your EC2 instance profile to just be its own module. You understand? You can drag it out of there, put it down here. Then for your modules here that is calling it, you will just remove the IAM from here, and it will just be that. Does that make sense?
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank
So
you.
that would be consistent with what we've been doing so far.
Okay.
But I was just feeling like since this project has multiple roles, right? Which everything falls under IAM, it's good to just put them in one place.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it makes
No
sense.
problem. All right. All right, cool. Does anyone have any question too?
Please, I just remembered something now.
Sure.
While you were showing the modules the other time, I saw something like monitoring or health checks, and then it kind of connects to the questions that this guy asked about not landing a particular job. So I just briefly saw that thing, and I wanted to point it out because I'm having issue with that thing. So the monitoring, do we have monitoring in this project? I know you said something about the health check 200 and something. So if we have it, did we put it under another module, or we don't have it yet? So if we are going to have it, we are going to have it as a separate module for monitoring and logging.
So that one is the success code. You're talking about where we add the success code?
Yes, and then the general
Oh yeah,
monitoring, which is for
that
CloudWatch.
is that is when we are creating the application load balancer. So when we create the application load balancer, that's where the success code is in the application load balancer setting. That's one of the monitoring ways we monitor if our server is healthy. Right. But the success code is not monitoring it, but it's just when the application load balancer is communicating with our server and the server is sending back some codes, we are just telling it that if you see 302 and 303, it doesn't mean the server is bad. It means it is expected. That's what we want. So that's what the success code is doing. But yes, on the application load balancer, there is an health check there. And when we work on the load balancer module, it will be there. That is one of the ways you can do health checks. But really, the main health checks will be for your server, and that is done in the auto-scaling group. So that's actually what we're going to create next. We're going to create the application load balancer today, and you'll see it there.
Okay, so once we include that in the application load balancer, we don't need to create a separate module for the monitoring.
You can still have another module. You can still have another module for the monitoring if you want. You can create CloudWatch alarms for different things. You understand? You can still have modules for you. You can still have, so the health check, that is what comes with the health check you are talking about. That is what comes with application load balancer standard. That is how application load balancer, look, application load balancer is here. ALB is here. And your servers are here. One of the job of the application load balancer is before it sends traffic to your servers, it first checks whether they are healthy. If the servers is healthy, then it now sends traffic to them. That is the health check you are talking about. That is what that is. That comes standard with load balancer. But you can also set up another health check to check your EC2 has different things you can monitor. So you can go and set up a CloudWatch alarm that monitors for different things on your EC2. One of it, the most common one is CPU utilization.
Yes, Azeez.
So that is, you can create a module for that.
Why cannot we attach CloudWatch for monitoring? So if the traffic spikes, so it automatically create new server, and if traffic goes down, the CPU utilization also goes down. In this case, cost optimization is resolved.
Yes, so that's what I'm saying. For the things that for what I'm trying to show you guys, about this project, right? For me, my main job is what I'm trying to teach you guys is like, this is, um, I, I can show you guys every single thing with anything you guys can do, right? I'm trying to like show you guys the basics of
Yes,
this
yes.
is how you do something, right? And this is how stuff works. So at this point where you have gained some experience with just understanding your cloud stuff, understanding how to build something, if you see how the project can be improved, yes, I expect you to improve it. So at this point, if you guys feel like, okay, in this Terraform project, I feel like this Terraform project can be improved by I want to add a monitoring to monitor CPU utilization, then
Yes,
then you should add that module, then challenge yourself to write that module and add it to the code and test it, right? The only
right.
reason why I didn't include it is because it will be more time to set it up. But even if we set it up, we are not going to see it work because we are deploying a site as the CPU utilization is not going to be at 70. So you won't see the effect of it. So I just didn't want to spend in my previous project, I used to actually include the CPU utilization monitoring part, but then I just took it out because we will just be creating it, but there won't be a way to test it. I mean, there's a way to test it, but it's more additional time we will have to spend on a project that I didn't want to spend, right? But you
Okay.
guys know now that CPU you can monitor your servers by creating CloudWatch alarms. So anytime they're asking you guys about monitoring stuff, just think CloudWatch. That's why when you did the cloud practitioner course, the first thing they teach you is um like for example, you guys remember storage. They'll say storage S3. Think of S3 EBS. They'll say network VPC, virtual servers EC2, ECS. They'll say monitoring, CloudWatch. They will say auditing your AWS account, CloudTrail. So at that point in the beginning, they are telling you like for anything you are trying to do, this is the service to do it. So if you guys get into any interview and they are saying, oh, monitoring, automatically in your mind, you should just think CloudWatch. Then even if you don't have CloudWatch on your project, you can say, okay, yeah, I don't have CloudWatch here because even I figured if I include the CPU utilization for the scaling policy, there's no way it would take effect since I don't have actual people coming to my site or whatever. But if I was to set it up, this is how I would set it up. Really, I maybe once we are done, I'll show you guys. Once we create the auto scaling group, I'll show you guys. Your EC2 has different things you can monitor that you can create an alarm for. I just don't remember. Hold on. Clear. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can search it real quick. I can't remember. Let's just cloud. Right. So I think under metrics, right? All metrics. You guys are seeing here, right? Metrics in CloudWatch metrics. AWS has some standard metrics here, right? So you can see, and it's based on different services. You can see application load balancer, they have 13 standard metrics you can monitor. So when they ask you guys about monitoring, the basics is like in Cloud Practitioner, you already know CloudWatch is used for monitoring. So now that since it's something you guys are asking, you can see here CloudWatch, right? There's metrics, all metrics. Like if you go to all metrics, there are 759 as of this time, metrics in total you can set an alarm for, right? EC2 has 53 alone, right? So if you go into here, right? So if I go into the EC2, so these are pre-instance, but there's okay, it's here. I just can't see, right? So it's because I have my EC2, so it's picking my EC2 is just automatically kind of like saying like for my EC2 I have running now. These are all the metrics name. Like these are all the things you can do, right? You can see them here. Status check fail, status check failed instance. The CPU utilization we're talking about is here. It's just a bunch of them that you can create an alarm for, right? So that's all that is. So when they ask you about monitoring, it's just done in CloudWatch. And I just show you, you can create any alarm for any service in CloudWatch. As far as there is, the service is, as far as it is something that is measurable in the service, you will be able to create an alarm for it. Yeah. So all these things is what I didn't feel is necessary to include in the course. But if it's something you guys want to improve, then you should maybe as part of you guys' assignment, try to write a module that deploys a CloudWatch alarm that does one of these things. So there's different things you can see for ALB. These are as this metric: EBS, KMS, Route 53, EC2, billing, certificate manager, DynamoDB, NAT gateway, RDS, so the S3. So there's so many different services you can create an alarm for. All right. So it's part of you guys being ready before you go to the interview. You just have to go through all these things first. All right. Okay. So I think the service is done. All right. Do you guys have any other question? So, and I'm sorry to say, it is also, I just want to like give you guys the best. I mean, from my own perspective and how I learned and how I've taught other people, give you guys the best way I feel you guys can learn, right? Because sometimes it feels like when you guys do the project, then that's where the knowledge stops. Like no, and it's not like that. That's what I'm saying. Like the main goal is just to teach you give you the skills to get you started. But then you take that knowledge and make it your own, and you build other projects outside of here. So this is just the beginning of everything. So if you see anything that's not in my project, you should create it by yourself. Now that you have the knowledge to build things. That's what I would say. Okay. So the next module we'll create is um the SSL certificate. We'll create a module to get an SSL certificate. So here in the module, let's open that file, the ACM file. And here I'm just going to extract it. And I'm going to go in there. There's the ACM folder. I'm just going to drag and drop it here. Now click copy folder. So in the ACM, really, I don't think there's the main.tf, right? This is the main.tf. There's nothing we have to change here. So it's is just the same exact one as our last project, Terraform project. We are requesting an SSL certificate. Here we have variable domain name and alternative domain name. And that's pretty much it. So it's the same exact file. So with nothing changed here in the main.tf. So the first resource, request an SSL certificate. Then we need to validate it. So that's where we create a record in Route 53 to validate it. So once we request the SSL certificate, we would get the information of our Route 53 hosted zone, and we will now create the record in there to validate the SSL certificate. So that's what this is doing. And this comes standard in the documentation. The only thing we need to add is just the domain name and the alternative name, and we've created a variable for it here. The only other thing we will do is the output, right? So we need to export out the certificate ARN, and we need to export out the domain name. So for the certificate ARN, we'll go in the main.tf, right? This is the certificate here where we are getting the certificate. So we'll copy the resource type and the reference name. And in the output, we'll paste it here. Then remove the quote, add a period, then come to the end, add another period and type ARN. Sorry, not all caps. My caps is on ARN. Then the next is domain name. Remember, our domain name is a variable. So the output will just be var dot. The value will be whatever the value of the variable is. So we'll just do var dot domain name. So that means we are saying that whatever value we enter for the domain name variable, we want to export it out. And that's all we need to do for this one. And we'll just save and we'll push. So here, create SSL. Commit. Okay. So since we've pushed it, we can now create the project for it, the infrastructure that we'll call it. So here, we can add a note here. Say request public SSL certificate from ACM. So once you add that, then we can now create our module block. So we'll type module, press enter. We give the module a name. Let's call it SSL certificate. Then you type source, enter your source. The source is going to be the same as this one. So we can copy from here and paste it here. Quote. We just need to rename this part of it to whatever it is. So if you go to our GitHub repository, modules, module is called ACM. So that is what you enter here, ACM. Then the module, for the module you are pointing to, you go back to that module again. If there's a variable in there, you look at what the variable has. Whatever the variable has, that's what you have to enter in under the source. So this has a domain name and alternative name. So I'm first going to copy the domain name. So here, domain name. And the second variable is alternative name. Copy. You paste it here. Then we just enter equals domain name, right? This is like a new value we are entering. So that one, your domain name, you just need to enter your domain name, which if you go to your Route 53, and you select your hosted zone and select your domain name that you want to use, you can copy the domain name from here and in quotes, paste it here. Then the next one is alternative names, which is will be star, well, in quotes, star, period, domain name. And that's all we need to do for this one. Even if we run this now, it's not going to show anything because this is just request an SSL certificate. Well, no, it is going to show something. I was thinking of something else. But we'll just create the last one. The last one we'll create is the application load balancer for today, and we'll be done today. We'll be done for today. Then next week is when we are going to finish everything else. So, all right. So save this file and let's create the application load balancer module, and we'll be done for today. So I'm going to open the reference file here, ALB into extract, put in there, and this ALB file, just going to drag and drop it here, and click copy folder, and we have the ALB main.tf output and variables. You don't need to change anything in the variable. We'll start with the main.tf. So in the main.tf, this is going to create a load balancer. So the resource type reference name. We're giving it a name, this name. Whether it's internal, no, it's going to be internet false, and it is going to be an application load balancer. Then the first argument here, we need to turn into a module is, it needs a security group, and the security group it needs will be in the security group module. In the security group module, we have a security group in there for the application load balancer that we are exporting the ID. So in the security groups module, there's an output that is exporting the ID of the application load balancer here, ALB security group ID. So the variable we are creating, the variable we created here is pointing to that, is using the same name as the output we want to point it to. So here it's going to be var.ALB security group ID. Then the next one is going to be subnet. The load balancer always has to be in the public subnets and 2 subnets, right? So just like that in the VPC module, there's an output that is outputting the public subnet AZ1 and AZ2. So to kind of match everything, we will use the same name as the output for the variable in the main that we want to point it to. So here will be var dot public subnet AZ1 ID, comma, var dot, I'm just going to paste that because since my naming thing is the same, I'll paste it and I'll remove the one here and I'll make it 2 because that's the name. So it's var public subnet AZ1 ID, var public subnet AZ2 ID. That's the output name. And then the tags is this. Then under the load balancer, the load balancer's target group, right? This is where we create the target group, and this is the reference name. This argument is with the name, what we want to call it. And the target type is like a new variable, which is target type. Port is 80 and protocol is HTTP. We need to create this in a VPC. The VPC is in the VPC module. So if you go in the VPC module in the output, there's an output that's exporting the VPC ID. We are just going to name our variable the same name as what we want to point it to. So it's called VPC ID. That's why here we are going to type var dot VPC ID. So you can see, Mr. Abel, this is where the health check is. But this health check is for the load balancer. Is what the load balancer use, right? If we want to set up multiple health checks for different things, then we'll have to go use CloudWatch to do that. So we can create a Terraform module that monitors that is creating a CloudWatch alarm that does this, that does that, right? So health checks, right? 5, this is just the default setting. This is where we have the matcher 200, 301, 302. Here we are setting the health part, health part, we are setting as a variable. And that's just the default settings here. Then here is where we create the listener, right? The first listener is port 80, which is redirecting traffic to 443, right? And the next one is a port 443 listener that is forwarding traffic to the target group. You can see our target group here is forwarding traffic to the target group. And you guys know when you have your port 443 listener, you have to point it to a certificate, right? You have to add your SSL certificate to it. So here, for the value of that certificate, it will be var dot the output we want to point it to. Remember, the output is the ARN of the certificate, and the ARN of the certificate will be in the ACM module output here. Here we export the certificate ARN, but this variable we are creating is not what is doing the pointing. We are just matching the name to what we want to point it to. So here, I'm going to just do var dot certificate ARN. And we are done with the module for the main.tf. And now on the output.tf, we need to output this value because we will need them later on, that other modules will use them. The first one is the ALB target group ARN. So when we come to our main.tf here, this is where we are creating our target group. So we'll copy the resource type and the reference name. Once you copy it, go back to your output, paste it here. Remove the quotes. Add a period. Then add another period here and type ARN. The next one is the application load balancer DNS name. So we'll go to the main.tf. This is where we created the load balancer. We'll copy this resource type and reference name, paste it here. Remove that, add a period. Then at the end, period DNS underscore name. That's how the attribute is spelled. And the last one is the application load balancer zone ID. So it's the same load balancer, but different attribute. So we'll paste the same thing again. Remove the, I think I removed that and add that, right? Period between it, and at the end, add another period and type zone underscore ID. And that's how the output is. So we'll save it. Once you save everything, let's push this module. Wait, ALB. So once I push it, we would once we push it, we'll now go to the project, the infrastructure part, and create the module for it. So yeah, we'll just type a note, create application load balancer. All right, then yeah, sorry guys. Um, so we'll create the module. You guys give me a second. I'm back. Yeah, sorry guys. I heard my son acting like it was choking, so I thought something was wrong with him. He's just playing. All right. So yeah, so for the module, once you enter the module, we're gonna give it a name. So that would be, so let's just call it application load balancer. Or if you want to make it short, you can call it ALB, but I'll call it, I'll spell it out. Application load balancer. Then we enter the source. Then you can just copy any of this. Yeah. Then just change the name to the right module name. So here, if you go in your GitHub account, go back to your modules. Here is its ALB. So we are going to just type ALB here. Then under the source, whatever variables is in the ALB module you are pointing to, that's what you have to list under the source. You must list under the source. So yeah, I'm just to make it easier to just do this. I'll come here, my ALB variables. So first one here is environment. So here under the source, I'll paste it, press enter. Second one is, let's do this. Second one is project name. The third one is ALB, security group ID. The third one is public subnet is the one ID. And the next one is public subnet is the 2 ID. Target type VPC ID, health check part, and certificate ARN. So I'm just going to tag this into each other like that. Then I'm going to just add the value. So remember the environment and project name is done in the VPC. So I'm just going to copy these two, because it's the same thing. I'll just paste that here. So you can see is module, the module we want to point to VPC, and in that VPC module, the output we are pointing to is named environment, and the same thing for the project name. The ALB security group ID equals to, right? We are pointing to a module, and the module we are pointing to will be the security groups module, so which is right here. Where is it? Right here. We call the security groups. So copy. And the output in that security groups module. Right. So if we go in that security groups module, outputs, the outputs in it we are pointing to is the ALB security group ID name, which is the same name we name it. So we can just copy here. So you guys know for the last part of this, anytime I say module, the module name, this part is pointing to the output in the module itself, right? But for the rest of them, I'm just going to be copying the name here, but you guys know that for this part, it is pointing to the outputs. So, which is why I say if you make it the same name as the variable, make the variable the same name as the output you want to point it to, then it will be easier to just copy it from here. So the subnet is in my VPC module. So this will be module.vpc dot the output in the VPC is also called this. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it here. And it's the same thing for this one. It's module dot VPC dot. I'm just going to copy this. Public subnet EC2 ID. Target type. For this one, for the target type, here you are going to put IP. So this is why it's good to make it a variable. So now you can use this same module to either create an application load balancer that the target type is EC2 or ECS. Because we are deploying ECS with this project, that's why here the target type has to be an IP. Then for the VPC ID, that will be var. Not var, I'm sorry. So the VPC ID is in the VPC module, so that will be module dot VPC module.vpc dot the name of the output in the VPC module we want to reference, which is VPC ID. The health check part, that is a new variable. So that is like a file the application load balancer has to look for on our EC2 instance to check that our server is healthy. So this will be / index.php. And certificate ARN is in the certificate module. So that will be module dot. The certificate module is here. We call the SSL certificate. So paste that here. Dot. In this SSL, in this module, right, which is here, in the ACM. And if this is confusing, where you see how the module name is, you see how where the module name is ACM, but we call the module name here is SSL certificate, but where it is pointing to is called ACM. So if you guys just want to name it the same thing it is pointing to, you can also do it. You can say ACM here. But really, how you know, this is just a name. How you know where it's pointing to is the source. So if you look at the source, you can see here it says ACM. So I already know it is pointing to the ACM. So if I go in the output I'm pointing it to is the certificate ARN output. So you can copy it from here and paste it here. And that's pretty much all we need to do here. Let me just fix all this. And I'm going to save my file. I'm going to open the integrated terminal by clicking my main.tf. And here, I'm going to deploy this. So first, I'm going to Terraform FMP to fix it. Then I'm going to Terraform init upgrade. And I'm going to Terraform apply. Okay, as you can see, it's going to create the load balancer with the listener. I type yes. So it's creating the load balancer, and I'll just give it a second. And if we go in the console, just go to EC2 here. Load balancers. You can see the load balancer is being created here. And also for that EC2, we use to migrate our data. If we go into our EC2, one of the ways you can visually verify that it worked is, you see, that EC2 instance should be stopped. Because in our script, we have that command at the end of it that at the end of the script, run this command to stop the EC2 instance. And you can see here, the EC2 instance is stopped. So you can confirm that your migration script actually executed all the way to the end. And that is pretty much it for pretty much what we'll do today. Next week, thank God next week is the end of the month. So we will finish the Terraform module. And I think we should be done by the end of February because we only have 3 projects left: CI/CD, Ansible, and the Python project. Well, it's not Python Lambda function, but we'll use like a Python code.
Please, I just have a question before you finish and go.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm not ending now.
Okay.
So yeah. So yeah, and after that we are done. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Go ahead, Mr. Abel.
Okay. So far you have done a very good job of bringing us to speed. If all of us were to do this on our own, I mean, literally, personally, I've tried to do this thing, doing self-tutorial and all those self-paced video and stuff, but it has never worked. But ever since I joined this program, I've made a lot of tremendous progress that I myself, I've been surprised that I can really catch up that fast. So there is that's how good you are, and then your explanation and then the kind of project that you're making us to work on, they are spot on. So one thing that I want to actually, plead with you for is that, please, is there a way we can have have a mock section, like maybe, I don't know how it is going to be or how you want to do it, where we actually simulate, being in an enterprise environment, and then we decide on what we are supposed to build, and then the workflow for the whole team, this person does this, how we decide on what we want to be, what we want to build, how the project is supposed to be handled, and then how we are going to communicate as a team. Because it is one thing, personally, I've been doing interviews, right? I've had a couple of interviews. I've interviewed for cloud support engineer, the engineering role. I've interviewed for experienced cloud engineering role, and um, a couple of them, and I still have some interview that are scheduled. So the gap that I am kind of always noticing is the fact that, technically speaking, we know what we are saying. We can do the work, right? But something tends to break when they, kind of like ask us to talk about the flow, right? If you have the skill, you can do the job, but if you don't know what the flow is like, even if you say you have the experience is going to tell you what the flow is supposed to be. You know how to do the job. There's no doubt. But you have to be able to talk your way through in terms of the steps. Okay, this is how we get this one. Okay, this is how we communicate with the team. This person does this. We build this from the beginning. We use this platform to, just like how it is done in a team. So I think that piece is kind of missing. And for me personally, if I can get a way of, going through that, even if
Sure.
I have to pay, I don't mind. But I actually need that. And I think that is the only thing that is missing for me. So the
Okay.
technical skill, we can watch the videos multiple times, we can do research on our own and learn all those things. But it is very difficult to actually, on your own, do the whole team thing and be able to nail it. It is very, very difficult. I'm not going to deceive you. Just like if I have to, as a person, get all these resources that you have gotten for us and put them together like this, it will take me weeks. But because we have already done this thing, you have put the resources together, we can say, okay, this is how to do it. And then we just go there. It is faster to comprehend, it is faster to build, it is faster to understand, and then it is easier to learn this way than, combining 50 videos, putting the pieces together and trying to make them together. It is very, very difficult. So if there's a way you can, if there's a way you can help us to address this gap, it is a very, very big gap. And I think each and every one of us is going to have this problem when we start, just like the guy that was trying to get the job. Each and every one of us is going to get to this point where it will be an issue. Technically speaking, we are going to be sound. But when it comes to collaboration, working in a team, putting the resources together, deciding or determining what to build and how to go about it, it is always going to be an issue.
Okay.
So if there's a way you can just organize a class and then we know the flow and then what we need and what we don't need. So that will really, really be helpful to all of us. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I understand what you mean. And yeah, sometimes when um really at work, even though there's a team as a whole, but everybody for the most part is working individually. Everybody is doing their own thing. But your team are there, like they are a resource. Certain times you might be working with someone, maybe you need something from someone. Someone needs to deploy something, and once that person is done, that person will let you know. Then you continue with whatever you're doing. Every now and then that happens, but for the most part, how you guys are working now, where everyone is in this class and everyone is doing their own thing, that's how you guys will be doing your own thing. But you have a under a team structure, right? And also, when you guys start work, majority of the time, the application is already done. All the stuff you guys are doing in your sprint is they are assigning small tasks to you. Oh yeah, Mr. Emmanuel, we want you to change this setting for this security group. We want to add this, or maybe there's another service they want you to write a module for. So everyone is kind of working in that way. So I don't want you guys to freak out. Don't worry about not being a team environment now because at work it's still kind of like set up the same way we are doing things now, where you'll still be working independently majority of the time, and every now and then you work with team. But if you guys want to set up, and I've done something like this before, the issue I have with that is, well, not that I have, but what ended up happening is that because people are on different time zone, people do their projects at different time. It was hard to keep the group together. If you guys looked in the AOS Node channel before, there was like groups there that people actually, someone recommended it that the same way you had the question now. And I was like, okay, yeah, form a group. You guys work with your group. You guys do this and that. And it just never really lasted too long because of the different, everyone's schedule is different. People work on their project at different times. So, but if you guys are open to that, I don't mind. I mean, once we are done, I actually have a final project that I want to give you guys. So now that you said that, you guys, well, we still have like a couple of weeks. Maybe we can do it this way. You guys can work on your final project as a group, whoever is interested. And I can find a way to, if that's the route you guys want to go, I can find a way to make that happen where we'll create the group and you guys will work on the final project as a group. Then we can have a session where your group will present it, right? So then you can talk about whoever worked on what part. You guys will just and I have some questions for you guys too. So on and we can do it that way. And maybe I can merge everybody that's here and everyone on YouTube. I can merge you guys together. Yeah, you guys can um yeah, work on the final project together. But I'm telling you guys now, the final project is going to be in CI/CD, and it is not going to be, it is going to be a different application. It is going to be similar things you have learned so far, right? But it is going to be a Node.js application, not the type of application we are doing now. This application is like a PHP one. So the next one the final one is going to be a Node.js application, but the concept of everything you've learned is the same way. That's because I want to force you guys to think outside of the box, to actually learn and not follow the steps, not really for the most part, you follow what we've been doing. And I'll say 95% of everything we've been doing will be in play, will be the same. But deploying a Node.js application, you guys will have to like research on if I need to deploy a Node.js application, what are the server dependencies? What software does the server needs to have? What settings do I need to configure on the server? And all those things. But as far as for like the AWS infrastructure, it will still be the same thing. So, I mean, you guys don't have to answer now. Just let me know. I'll ask later on, getting close to the end of the class. If you guys prefer to do the final project as a group, then let me know. Then I can match you guys up in a group.
Hello, Azeez.
Yes, hello.
Yeah. So can you hear me?
It is
Yeah,
going in and out.
yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, because I'm using web version. I don't know what is wrong with that. So I I just have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So from your experience, so I just want to like clarify this. So from your experience, so you've been working with Terraform at work and stuff like that. So if you have to build, let's say you want to build infrastructure from scratch and stuff like that. So and your boss like, okay, this is what we want to do. We want to build them from scratch and everything. So it's in the team. So are you going to be given like the whole Terraform project? Like you be the one to like build the services using the infrastructure as code from scratch. I just want to know how it looks like in terms of teams flow like that. So why I'm asking this question is I think it's related to what somebody asked, because I was asked in the interview that, so what role are you playing in this if you have to build a CI/CD pipeline, for instance? So what exact role are you playing? Are you the one maybe is building jobs for security or whatever. So I just want to know the idea of the kind of flow, I mean, having worked in a team for so long. So that's just what I want to ask.
Yeah. So if you in a team setting, it just depends, right? And you guys have to think about it.
Okay.
At your job,
Okay.
they're not going to have like, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can
So,
hear you. I can hear you.
okay. So at your job, they're not going to have like 10 cloud engineers. If you're lucky, they
Mm.
probably have two or three,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
So if there is any work to be done, all
Okay.
the work is divided in sprints, right? That's why I was trying to
Okay.
do the Jira bot thing. I think all that stuff I'm going to remove it, but I will explain it at the end, like things you guys should know. That's why they have sprints, right? Sprints just means
Okay.
that let's say we have like a project we need to do. And I had let me just uh
We've done sprint before. We've
so
done.
so so let's say we have a project we need to do, right? And let's say this is the uh reference architecture for what we need
Mhm.
to build, right?
Okay.
Whatever whatever is here to complete these tasks will be divided in sprints, right? So
Okay.
people's sprints are usually either 2 weeks or 1 week. It just depends on your team, right? So that means in this sprint, they would have seen all the work that is involved here. And sometimes everything is different. Sometimes you have a sprint person that will Scrum Master that will write the tickets. And majority of the time, you nowadays they want you guys, they don't even have Scrum Master anymore. They want you to be you guys to run your own meeting. So you'll be writing your own ticket. So basically, what happens is like whatever needs to be done for this infrastructure to be deployed will be write as a sprint ticket. So the ticket one might be the first thing, create the VPC. So they write that, create VPC, then they will allocate how much time will is expected to complete that. Then there will be create EC2, create whatever, security groups module, create all these things. So
Oh,
go ahead.
sorry. They will allocate it to someone, right? In the team.
No, at this
Okay.
point, it's not allocated yet. It is just
Okay.
writing down all the
Writing down
tasks
the.
that needs to be
Okay, they are
done.
breaking it down. Okay.
Yeah, right. So whoever's job responsibility falls under that cloud part of creating
Okay.
stuff,
Okay. Okay.
the tasks they've written down in all those tickets, because those tickets will be in the backlog.
Okay.
So there's always a backlog of tickets of things that you guys need to do that you can't do right now because people are busy. So as you are offloading one task from your end, they are taking another task from the backlog and assigning it to you.
Okay.
So once all the list of the tasks is done, written, they'll just assign it to you one by one. So let's say for this sprint, you are free and the VPC needs to be done, they will assign the VPC to you.
Okay.
And
Mhm.
you work on the VPC. And when you are done with the VPC, they'll just find the next task. Maybe Mr. Abel on your team, they already assigned the security groups to him or something
Mhm.
that's not depending on what you are building.
Okay.
He'll work on it. And whoever is done at whatever time you guys are getting done, they'll just keep assigning the tickets that's already created to you guys with the
Okay.
goal that when they wrote all the tickets, they are saying by this expected date, all these things should be done. So
Okay.
they are
Okay.
just picking up those tickets now and assigning it to the right person. So when you
Mhm.
are done with your VPC, they will find another ticket, assign it to your name. And sometimes it's not just one ticket. You may have two, three tickets you are working on in the same sprint.
Okay.
It just depends on how complex the job is.
The
So if
job
it's
is up.
more, because when they write all those tickets, they also assign like a rating effort. I forgot what it's called, but they always assign like how much time the ticket always have points. The points
Okay.
is how much time is expected to work on it, how
Okay.
difficult it is. So the point can go from 1 to like 5. So if it's
Okay.
like a 5, it's something that was very complex, it'll take time. But if it's
Okay.
like a 1, something, 1 might be at your company, 1 might be we expect you to complete this in 1 day. And 5 might be 5 days.
Okay.
Every team has how they do it.
Okay.
So, and that's how it's pretty much done in a work environment. So, which is why I said you are still working as an individual person, but the team is working towards a common goal, and your team are just there for support. But you guys are not story points. Thank you, Ismail. Story point. Yeah, but you guys are not unless you and your teammate are working on something, you guys need to collaborate together. Majority of the time, you guys are not on the Zoom meeting like we are now, like working on stuff together. Unless you guys, someone is helping you troubleshoot something, or the two of you are just working on that same task together. Majority of the time, your own task will be assigned to you and you'll be working on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really appreciate it because I just want to know your point of view from your experience, how it flows. Yeah. Thank you so much. So I get it now.
Yeah. You're welcome. John, I responded to you. I saw your email. I responded to you. Yeah. So does anyone else have any question?
Do you have 5 minutes after the class?
Yeah, I think I should.
Okay.
I think I should. Yeah, but I'll chat you and let you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Azeez, can I add my point of view?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Okay, so like Azeez said, it varies. Like in my own company, I am the only DevOps engineer, and in my team is just called the dev team, the development team. And in my team, I have 2 backend developers, 2 front-end developers, 2 full stack engineers, and 1 like our team lead. Oh, give me a second.
That's fine.
Yeah, so as I was saying, like 1 technical. Yeah, I'm sorry, I have a baby. I'm also nursing like Aziz.
You're fine.
So
no, go ahead. I'll tell
okay.
you when you are done.
Yeah, I'm good now. So recently, okay, I have 2 backend developers, 2 front-end developers, and 2 full stack. Then we have
I'm not sure if you're muted. I don't know if your sound went away. I did.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Oh, okay, good. So like I was saying, so we have 2 backend, 2 front-end developers, 2 full stack engineers, and 1 technical director who oversees all our projects. So we don't have Scrum Master, who does the time allocation. So we manage our tickets, our project tickets by ourselves. In fact, we manage it to the extent that we kind of allocate the timing. Like recently, my technical director gave me a project to deploy a prompt engineering observability platform. So, and he just told me, how long do you think it will take you to get this platform up and running? There's a sample code in GitHub that you can look, and I just looked at, I'm like, okay, can we just do 3 weeks for us and see? Like, yeah. I mean, if you feel like you need more time, the time is flexible. I can adjust it for you. So it's like that. It depends on the company. It depends on the company and what you feel like how you think you can get the project done. There is no, like as I said, there's no scrum master that does those kind of project management now, except if it's a big company, this big enterprise who has a project manager and whatnot, who does those project management for them. And I will share my experience briefly about this AI prompt engineering platform that I deployed. It took me roughly about a month because I had to use AWS CDK that I was not familiar with. That's the cloud development kit that I was not familiar. But given my experience with cloud formation, Terraform, it's quickened, my learning time. The learning curve was not too steep, so to say. So, and I had to research, go to Google research. Unfortunately, AWS has a documentation for this platform already, and that documentation is in, the code is there. It's just for me to customize it to my environment, and that is all I did. And in the space of a month, it was something I was even doing with leisure. It's not like I was I was under pressure. So that's how it is, and that is one thing I want to share. Then another thing on I waited to the end to add this, and that's on monitoring. I will say that those folks who have
Ade, your sound went out again.
Yeah, we can hear him.
Yeah, Ade, just in case you're hearing, your sound went out.
Line is breaking or something.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure. So yeah, so well, maybe is Ade still here? Maybe maybe then probably went out. Yeah, I don't think he's
Zeets.
Oh, we can't
yes.
hear.
So if someone else have any question, maybe when he joins back we can.
No,
All right.
just you responded to me in the Slack. So when everyone's done with the question, then I will show you what I was talking about. So we could just look at it quickly. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Hey, Aziz.
Hello.
Yeah, I do have some quick questions written in my notes. Wanted to ask you about this. First of all, I really appreciate all your projects, the projects assignments that I've done so far. I just mentioned in my resume as well, I updated my resume, and I'm finding a lot of opportunities that they are inviting me for the interviews.
Mm-hmm.
I did with one of the interview in this week as well. So just need a very quick kind of suggestion for their second round. They like the recruiter just told me that the second round is kind of whiteboard interview, and there's a kind of like every company has their own kind of like stages or own kind of process to take the interviews. So, and the last round would be, he said, with the CTO. So either you just initially, I just by just now, I would appreciate if you just guide me about the whiteboard interview, how they usually conduct. If you have any idea or any experience, or Or I would really appreciate if you conduct after ending the sessions of projects and everything. Would really want to I would really appreciate or if you take this suggestion as a note that to give us a kind of like one or two classes on the process of interviews, how to cope up with the anxiety, and what are the steps we should follow for the competency based or the technical ones or the whiteboard interviews, if
Okay.
that would be feasible. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, sure. So just like I said with the project, if you guys want to do interview, right? And I can
I totally agree.
so the interview is like the interview experience always more comes with the more you do, the better you get at it, right? But if you guys want to do one, we can set up one here, but it will be live and you just have to, and I can interview you, or maybe I'll find somebody else to interview you, right? And and then, but it will just be, um, yeah,
Mhm.
we can set that up with one or two class.
Yes.
Why just one class interview, then I can get a bunch of people after you guys are done with your projects. Then you can do the interview. Um, maybe it will be like 10 minutes or no, not 30 minutes, 30 minutes, and I'll just ask you a question, right? So that's what I'm saying. Interview is kind of like the more you do, the better you get at it, right? Um, Also, the reason why the interview thing is the way I will want to set it up will just be strictly to ask you questions. It will be more of like a conversation, and based on how you are describing things to me would make me understand whether you know what you are talking about or not, right? So I don't want it to be something where we just set up and I actually what's an EC2, what's S3, or what is this? Because that's really not how a good interview is set up, and that's not what you will see. Every interview is based on a question and it's based on a conversation, right? So, and how you are describing the things you are being asked of you is how that's what will expose whether you have the knowledge or not. So yes, just like the project with the team setting, we can also talk about the interview thing, and I can get a list of of those that are interested. Then I will set up an interview with you based on those things. It will be based on your pretty much everything we've done so far. It will be based on it could be based on the final project, but my the answer I'll be expecting from you would not be to tell me the definition of something, but to explain why just whatever question I ask you, you have to have the conversation back with me, not reply with the definition of the thing. But when we get there, we'll talk about it. So it will be more of like it should be more of a conversation. And I say, and that's how you win someone over at an interview when you can. It's like they are interviewing you, but rather than it be a question answer, you're having whatever question they're asking you, you turn it into a conversation with them. So yeah, we can do that. And also for the whiteboard thing, right?
Yeah.
Whiteboard every company is different, right? So when they interview you the first round, the second round, right, would be technical part. So maybe their own technical part is the whiteboard, right? So it's different how everyone. So I've had a whiteboard. I'll call it a whiteboard, but all it was the lady shared the code, shared the Terraform code, and said in this Terraform code, what is this resource doing? So I explained. I said, okay, this part of this Terraform code, how would you improve it? So that was their own whiteboard. So everybody's whiteboard is different. It will be like a technical thing. But trust me, they've seen your resume. So I'm sure whatever they're going to be asking you on it from a technical standpoint would be things you can answer. I don't want you to worry about it. I'm pretty sure For especially you've been doing a lot so far, and even when I have conversations with you, you definitely sound like you know what you are talking about. So I think you'll be fine. So the whiteboard will just be it could be it could be a diagram where they've drawn something on the board and tell you to explain it. It just depends, you know.
All right. So
Yeah.
it would be more like technical conversation
Exactly. It's more
about
technical rather
how
than
much I
yeah.
can put the effort or something, because there's a kind of like time limit to actually make the notes and everything, do everything ready before the conversation. So there's a kind of like, I think there's a kind of like anxiety build up that what I'm going to. But I think what you are trying to say is to just they go deep down within that architecture or within my resume. They would be asking.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
So it's more deep down within your resume, and part of it could be also be the job, the position they are interviewing you for. They may mix some of the things you'll be doing in that job in it too, to just see how you do. But it's not something to worry about, honestly. Honestly, I always tell you guys, if they've seen your resume and they call you for an interview, they like you already. They're just not interviewing anybody to interview, right? So now at this point, how you win them over was based on what you say in the resume, and I mean what you say in the interview, and staying what you say in the interview comes from your knowledge and your confidence from doing the project. So that's what I'm saying. The better you are good at understanding everything you've done in the project, it will really help you out during the interview. And that's why I'm saying the interview is not to memorize what an EC2 is in S3. Talk about your experience as of things you've understand when you worked on this and work on that, you know. And even if they ask you something in that interview, you don't know, you just say it as a point of, okay, I need to improve on this, but it's okay. My very first interview, they asked me a security group question that I know, but I didn't realize during the interview. They were asking me, my very first interview, I remember it was with Lane. They were asking me if you want to limit, how's it? It was just saying like if I want to limit traffic from one resource to if I want to allow traffic coming from a specific port to only be used by this resource, how will I do it? Just the same thing we're doing in the security group where we will limit to, like, for example, we'll limit the traffic coming on port 82
Mm-hmm.
to the server to the load balancer. And I didn't, and I've done it, but during the interview, I didn't remember, right? So, and after the interview, I just went back and brush up on all those things. That's my very, very first interview, first cloud interview, right? So even if you don't know something, it will say as an opportunity to learn. But I'm telling you guys, if you take your time to do the projects and just understand everything, all majority of the things you will need will be in there. And you guys should also approach the interview from a open have an open mindset. Don't go in the interview memorizing some answers that you are willing, that you want to tell them, because they may not even ask you anything like that. And when they start asking you other things, throw you off. Just know your resume very well and be able to back your resume up, because that's what you are telling them that you can do. So you should be able to explain everything on your resume. So if you tell them about Terraform, they might follow back up with, okay, with your Terraform experience, how would you do this? How would you do that? That's how I want you guys to think, like thinking outside of the box. You understand? So, but I think you'll be fine, honestly. I really think you'll be fine.
Okay, thank you so much, Aziz. And I really want to give, let everyone know that after putting all your all your projects and all your assignments in the resume would definitely be catching up your resume within 1 or 2 weeks. I'm the live example. I've been having a lot of calls from the industry to give a to having an invitation of interviews while after putting your uh, projects.
Oh,
Like,
thank you.
yes, I'm really getting it. Not for the senior role, but for the junior to mid-level role.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, because that's what you guys need to be to right, junior to mid-level, just a regular cloud engineer. Thank you for the feedback. Like I said, Ade is also a good, a perfect example. I don't know because maybe it's because he's watching his child. Maybe he had to drop or something. But
I'm
um,
here. I
oh,
can
you're
hear you.
back. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll let you continue later on. Um,
Okay.
so so these people are a perfect example of just taking the skills and really making it your own. You understand? Um, is what I did to get a job, and even what I'm still. There's no work that's been assigned to me. 80% of the time, it is something somehow related to the project I've done before. So I'm able to just use my knowledge on the project to start. Even if it's something I don't know how to do or something I've not done before, I can still rely on my project knowledge to start. So, which is why I'm saying our project does cover a whole lot, a lot. I say I'll just leave it to you guys, but I'm pretty sure I'm very confident because I know how much work I put into it, and it's something I can vouch for. I I really feel like I put a lot of effort in showing you guys exactly what you need. And by the time you do all this work, there's going to be all those keywords on your resume because those are the things they're going to be looking for. We did everything. We've done manual deployment, we've done Docker, ECS, Kubernetes, EKS, Terraform, Terraform module, EC2, Lambda, Python. Those are all the things they're going to be looking for. And if you have those on your resume, it's going to be picking up. So I just say you guys should do the project, take your time to do it, then go for the interview.
I want to
After,
add,
go ahead.
uh, giving interview and presenting your work projects, why did you made certain decision, is all an art, and you have to be master in this art.
Yes, yes, I agree. So that's why I'm saying, and it's okay how you guys feel now, which is why I say don't get discouraged on the first interview. I did a lot of interviews too, right? The interview are actually supposed to build your experience. You know, if you are fortunate enough to do one interview and get the job, good. But you probably have to do multiple interview. And the more interview you do, I remember a guy the guy was calling me when we first started, I helped him do his resume. He was calling me. He was like, I have this interview. Do you really think I'm good enough? I was like, look, just do it. I think you know enough. But just do it. It's not going to be the end. The worst they can tell you is no. And he went and did the interview and he didn't get the job, but he felt better. He was like, okay, well, it wasn't that bad. I did well in this area. I didn't do well in this area. So he took notes on things he need to improve on and improved on it. And before I know it, this was like during that COVID period. Before I know it, this guy got a job. One time he messaged me, he had like 3 or 4 offers from different companies. And he was actually making a lot of money because he actually had multiple jobs at that time. He was making a lot of money. And I remember the first time he was just starting out because he started out with my project. And even at that time, I didn't even have CI/CD. I only have like up to the Terraform project. He was so scared. He was like, he didn't think it was good enough. But look at him today. He's doing it, right? So that's why I'm just telling you guys. Don't your first interview. I praise you get your first job, but don't be so hard on yourself that you won't get any other opportunity. You'll get another opportunity as long as you keep building your skills. Trust me, you'll get opportunities. Setting up, if finding out problem setting up your resume. Uh, so someone said finding it difficult, having problems setting up their resume. You don't know how to do it, and you use AI. So the thing about using AI is you guys don't just go and put something. Don't tell ChatGPT or something to write your resume, and at the end of the course, those are the things we'll talk about. I'll show you guys how you can take the skill sets, all the skills bullet point that you guys can now pick which one you want to use. You have priority ones that you must keep on your resume for the keywords to pop up. And we also have ones that you can probably add based on if you like how it sounds and if you feel like it's something you can talk about. So I'll show you guys that at the end of the project. But yeah, that's no problem, John. Um, yeah, so good luck on your whiteboard interview. I think you'll do very well. Just
Thank you.
trust me, trust your skills. You already have, because I've spoken to you a couple of times. I've troubleshoot with you based on how you ask questions, things, your feedback, you know what you are talking about. So just rely on that.
Yes, exactly. I would definitely be having it. Aziz, one last question with you from my
Mhm.
side is, you mentioned about that you would be the reference of for us if we are going to get the job, because definitely many of the I don't know about outside of the UK, but inside UK there's a kind of like many recruiters want references for background checks or anything. So
Mhm.
how would a person, how would a student of yours would be presenting you as a reference? Would we get the email ID from you so that they would send you the email for the confirmation, or
Yeah. So if once you get to that point, if you need me as a reference, I'll either give you my email for them to message me, or I can give you my number and they will call me. So it depends on how they do it. Sometimes they will email, sometimes they will call. It just depends.
okay, all right, all right. And Aziz, do you have any kind of like consultancy company where you are linked with that consultancy company? And so this is how the reference does work here.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't. Like, look, yeah, I don't. It's just me.
It's
I
just
don't.
you.
Yeah,
Right.
I'm just really just trying to share my knowledge in cloud. So I really that and I was even thinking about, yeah, so it's just me. It's just me. I don't. So I was really thinking about it because you guys will see a change on my side. I'm really redesigning everything. I'm recording all the projects over again. So they are all updated. So all the projects will be updated. I'm adding like different things to just make it much better, right? So you guys will see the change. And really, the main thing I'm trying to do is just help you guys go from zero skills in cloud to proficient in cloud. That's the main. I'll be happy if if anyone can go from zero, not just coming in, having zero knowledge of the cloud to now having like a bunch of Terraform skills, Ansible skills, and all those things. So that's what I'm trying to accomplish. So that's why I haven't really like thought about partnering with other people and doing, I don't know, maybe it's just my nature because I always feel like people don't do things the way I want it done. So I always just end up doing it myself. So, but I've never really thought about partnering with people.
Okay, sure. That's
Yeah.
okay. That's okay. Um, but I think a student cannot pay back to the teacher ever, because the teacher is always like a very most respectable and a very exceptional personality who teaches us everything. But I would definitely be looking forward to put in some of the suggestions in your notes that if you are updating your environment or anything about your lectures or everything, I think it would be great if you just start any of the project for us as well, so that we can just put up our skill sets into that as an open source contribution. So I think that would be a kind of very good uh,
Sure. Sure.
for both of us to actually show up the show for us. I think it's good to show up or to showcase the skills in your platform, and definitely as your platform would be uh,
I agree.
I'm sure it would be getting a lot of hypes.
I
Yeah,
agree.
because
I
finding
agree.
such teachers are very exceptional in this market. Yeah.
Thank you. I agree. And it's something I would love to do too. If I need to just find a way where I can that's a really, really good, like how I can incorporate you guys where you guys can um actually build help me out with something, which in turn you're actually building the skills. So I'll think about it. I'll think about it, but I do agree that it's something I need to do because it's a bit like a win-win situation. You guys get to learn. You guys also
Yes,
get to
yes.
help me in a way. So yeah, I agree. Like I said, I feel like I'm thinking small now. Like when I started, and that's kind of like my personality. I really just, you guys can see me, I'll sit here for most Saturdays when I come here, right? I have a 4 month old. I pretty much watch him from um, probably 9 p.m. to 7 a.m. so my wife can get rest, right? Then when she picks him up at 7, I would sleep from 7 to 9. I'll just wake up at 9, go get ready, then I'll come here and start the meeting and I'm here, right? So like just like today is one of those days I'm here. And I haven't even eaten anything today. But I love being here. I enjoy doing this. Like as long as I get to teach you guys and you guys are learning, and honestly, I really just enjoy it. So I'm saying that to say maybe I need to start thinking outside of the box and you guys looking in if there's any suggestion, ideas you have on how I can improve or things I need to be looking at. Because now that I'm redesigning my site, I'm actually restructuring everything. And I think I don't want to do the whole mentorship thing anymore. Not that I'm still not going to teach, I'm still going to teach, but I really just want, what I want to market is, which is what I feel like I'm good at, is getting anyone from zero cloud knowledge to an efficient cloud skills, to having cloud skills. That's really what I feel like I'm good at. So that's what I want to market. So once it's all done, you guys, I'll let you guys know. You guys will see it. So from your perspective, whatever you feel I need to be doing, or wherever you feel I need to be in terms of things, I know there's a lot of things I'm not doing now, which I'm willing to do. With I need to have better social media um what's the word? Presence, right? So, but I'll
See,
let you guys know once that time comes. Yeah, but I agree. I'll take any suggestion from you guys. It's always good to hear feedback from you.
Yeah,
yeah,
thank you so much. Thank you.
No
feedback
problem.
from my side, Aziz.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, your projects are awesome, like real world projects, production grade projects, because I actually searched projects earlier, but there were projects like spinning up EC2 instances,
Mm-hmm.
and they fall apart when uh, traffic increases. There were toy projects, like
Mm-hmm.
school projects.
Yeah.
But when I found about your projects, how the services actually work together,
For them toy project.
Mm-hmm.
so I thought these are the projects I need to be complete and comprehend them.
Correct. Correct.
Because
I
completing the project is also crucial, but comprehend them,
comprehending exactly.
yeah,
I'm glad you said that.
understanding what you are building, how can you improve them, and presenting them in front of employers is also an art, which is I am working on. I am also working on my communication skills. So these are work together to make you a job ready.
Yeah, I
So
agree.
this is my feedback that the projects are really awesome. I am learning a lot.
Thank you, Hamza. I really appreciate it. Honestly, I really always appreciate feedback from you guys, honestly. Whether it's good or bad, I always appreciate it, you know, because this is the reason why I started doing it in the first place, you know. So it's a lot of the stuff I've done, I actually haven't gotten paid for it, but I enjoy doing it. Okay, for example, now, like people watching on YouTube live, right? There's this thing when I'm setting up the live, it asks me, I can monetize it, right? Which is but then I was thinking if I enable the monetization, if I enable the monetization, that means that when we are going through the projects, let's say I'm doing like Terraform stuff or anything I'm doing while you guys are watching, is then there's an ad that's just going to come up while you guys are doing it. And I didn't like that. I didn't want something to interrupt you guys learning thing while I'm working on the project. So that's why you guys know if you're watching on YouTube, you don't see any ads coming up because I intentionally just turned off the ad, right? But do I want to make money? Yes, I want to make money, but I always tell who was I telling the other time? I was like, I need to figure out find a balance between both where I make money and also still want to help you guys, right? So I enjoy it, and part of the reason why I enjoy doing this is because even if you didn't pay me for it, I'll still teach you guys. It's because when I hear the feedback from you guys that you guys are learning, and I've taught a lot of people that have gotten jobs that are doing extremely well. Some of them are even doing better than me in terms of how far they've taken their career and how they are doing, you know. So that really makes me happy. That's one of the most rewarding part. But the main thing is I'm always very happy when you guys are learning, which is why when I always and I do apologize. Like if I get frustrated with you guys when you guys, which is why in the beginning I don't like when you guys ask me about interview. Like if I'm just starting someone right out in the beginning now, let's say we're just starting out and we are still on project 2 and you're asking me about interview, I don't like it. My thing is just like, let's just wait till we are done. Learn. Like Hamza, I like that you said that. First, complete the project. Then the second part to it is make sure you are comprehending what you did, like understanding it. Then trust me at the end, you want to talk about interview all day, we'll talk about interview all day. But, and I also get some people from time to time that they want to like fast forward everything in 2 weeks and they are bombarding me with questions because they are trying to rush all the projects in 1 month just to be able to get a job. It don't work like that. You really have to spend time and understand it. So I appreciate you guys' feedback. I really do. And whatever ways I can improve, also let me know. I know I can do better with the communication. I guarantee you guys, as once I'm done with restructuring everything, I think I like this method because if I'm online every day, not every day, but if I'm online like this, where I just have like an office hours where I'm just live, I know I'll be able to help a lot of people. Because I do get a lot of emails, messages every day is too much. And if when I used to go through everything, some of it are good, some of it are like questions um that I feel like someone should know. A lot of it is just inquiring about something. So I'm working on ways to just um get all the information out, be able to assist you guys so that way I can answer those that I need to answer. So I am trying to do better in that part, but I do appreciate you guys' feedback and you guys learning also makes me very happy. So thank you. Um, yeah, Adewale, you can go ahead now. Oh, Mr. Wright, I'll get back
Oh,
to
okay.
you. So you know when your son was crying, your son was doing
Yeah.
whatever your child was doing, my boy did that twice to me this week. I was so embarrassed and so frustrated. I didn't even know. I had him at 9:30 a.m. because when he wakes up, he'll get dressed because he's still home now. And is the mom has the baby and I have him because my son is sick, 15 months. And I have him downstairs. And as soon as the lady said, Azeez, give your update, and I unmute myself, all of a sudden he started crying about something. And I have him on my lap and he's over there crying. And it's not even like he's crying, he's fussing about something because he's starting to talk now, but a lot of the stuff when he wants something, he would say it in like a crying, and I couldn't figure out what he wants. And he caught me like at the perfect time between me giving my stand up. So I didn't even know if I should mute, if I should tell those people sorry, I have my child. And I was even trying to like put him far away from the mic so I can still answer the question, he was still going. So I just had to tell them, I just had to mute. I just had to like, just give me a second. I turned to him, then I went back. And he did it twice. Two separate meetings, he did the same thing. So I understand. Yeah, I understand. So go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you. I think you might still
Oh,
be
good.
going in and out.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I
So
can
you
hear you
woke up
now.
while I was. Oh, nice. So you woke up while I was trying to explain whatever I was explaining, and it's so, like you said, your experience. It will have been normal if you had told. I mean, whoever you were in a meeting with, that oh,
Mm-hmm.
you having your brother, having your baby with you, and honestly, they will understand because the job that I'm currently doing, the very first round of interview, I didn't bother taking my baby to a daycare because I was frustrated. In fact, I just did it like, oh, let me just do it as one of the interviews that I had done in the past. Maybe nothing will come out of it. So it was right there in the room with me. My wife had gone to work, and while in the middle of the interview, she started crying, and I just told my that first round was done by my technical director. I just told him that, oh, I'm sorry, I have my baby with me. I was, oh, it's okay, we all have baby, and we just smiled about it, and the interview went on. So yeah, and I eventually landed the job, and that's the job I'm currently doing. So quickly, I want to I will to kind of share my experience with that interview. The first round was done 30 minutes. I did the second round virtual. I met with all the developers, and the third round was an on-site. I was totally scared to go on site because I was like, oh my God. So I'm saying this just to encourage one or two people about interviews. Like, hey, it's all fear. I overcame the fear. I told my wife, and she was like, just go. And I told one or two of my friends, and they're like, they encouraged me, like, go. I mean, those people you're going to meet, they are not demons. They are not beasts. They are human beings like you. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
the worst that could come out from it is no, we can't employ
Mm-hmm.
you. And life continues. And honestly, I went on site. I met with the owner of the company, the CEO. I met with his wife. I met with the executive. And I
Mm-hmm.
met with the developers that I had initially had a virtual interviews with. And yeah, the rest is the story. That I'm part of the team. And one other thing I would love to share, it's to contribute to the whiteboard interview. I had an experience with a whiteboard interview, and what they did in that interview was to share an architectural diagram, like a.
Otherwise, you went out again.
Yeah, hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was using earpiece. Okay, so I the experience I had whiteboard interview was that during the interview they shared an architecture, like a reference architecture similar to the one they
You're
during
still
the.
going. You're still going in and out.
Oh my God! What
I think
about
it is
now?
the earpiece.
Yeah.
The
Are you
earpiece.
using
Oh,
earpiece? Yeah, it could be the earpiece.
yeah, I'm
Yeah.
using earpiece. That's
Yeah.
why
Okay.
I'm
Yeah.
using earpiece. What about now? Is it good?
Yeah, that is better.
Oh, okay, okay. So I'll try to speak louder. So
No, you're fine. It's fine.
oh, okay. So my experience was that they shared an architectural diagram, just like the reference architecture that we've used, over the course of these projects. So it's a line diagram. They kind of divided it into subnets, and they put application server, in the public subnet, and they kind of show me, and they're like, "What do you think is wrong with this diagram?" It could go like
as he said, they could share a script, a Terraform script, and ask you questions based on that. It could be a diagram and tell you what do you think can be added to increase or to improve the security posture. In that diagram, they didn't use WAF. I suggested using WAF. I commented about putting an application server in the public subnet. You will see it, and your experience will tell you what might be wrong. So yeah, like just prepare and it will go fine. So that is one. Then the other thing I wanted to talk about before I went off the other time was the questions about folks asking about monitoring. And I will say that those of you guys that asked about monitoring, your minds are really in the right place. Like it's one of the projects or tasks that I did when I joined my company. There was virtually no monitoring, and I like I said, my position is a mid-level engineer, and I am the only DevOps. Yeah. Oh, okay. I am the only DevOps. Oh my God, give me a minute.
Yeah. So, yeah, we'll just wait for, yeah. So that way we are done for today. So, Mr. Wright, maybe in the meantime, you can share your screen so I can just help you with whatever issues you're having.
Azeez,
Yes, Hamza.
was ADE your student?
Yeah, you asking, is he my student? He
Yes,
always joined. He was, but he has a job now, but he was one of my students before. But
as he is telling.
he still always join every weekend. Which I really appreciate. But yeah, he was.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, he was once my student. Yeah, but majority of the time when most of my students that got a job, they don't. A lot of them, I'm sure they are doing well now. It's been years since I've spoken to them.
Because seeing like this one motivate us.
Yeah, I always appreciate him being here. Always, always.
Thank
Mr. Wright, share your screen. So,
Here.
all right. So what issue are you having?
Okay, here is the issue.
Okay. So it says on rds.tf file line 2. So go to your rds.tf file line 2.
Give me 1 second. I gotta wait. Sorry. Let me stop sharing and bring it back. Okay. Oh, man, I'm trying to get this thing loaded. Hmm. Okay. All right. So RDF line 2. Yeah. So here.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Right.
DB subnet group. Yeah.
Right. So for your database subnet group, private data subnet is the one, private data subnet. Is the 2.id. Okay, let me see that error again.
Okay.
Because you probably have typo somewhere. All right. Okay, subnet operation, database subnet groups, founder status code. Subnet group doesn't meet availability zones, coverage current, AZ, USS1A. So I think you probably have a typo somewhere. So can I see, is this Terraform module? This is a Terraform module project,
Can I
right?
quickly say something about this, please?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
So I think this thing is, I think the project should be line number 4. If you check it, subnet IDs. So it does not necessarily need to put both of them. You can quote it directly, and this thing will automatically fetch the value instead of putting the value. You see what I'm trying to say? Like AWS private data subnet is the one ID, subnet is the two ID. I don't think it actually needs to
No, yeah,
call them.
that's how we have it. Yeah, it should be let me see. Private, yeah, that's how I oh, I see, I see. Oh, okay. You quoting it directly. So this is a Terraform module, right?
Mhm. No, no,
Yeah,
no, no,
so
no. This
so
is the
so
regular. No, no, no. It's the regular Terraform.
this is the regular Terraform. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Private. Okay, so let me see your uh so let me see your private your VPC. So you yeah, just minimize that. Let me see your VPC. All right, now go to your private data subnet. So no, yeah, scroll down. So yeah, scroll down there. Yeah, scroll down so I can see both of your private data subnet.
Okay.
So
Here we go.
so here you have private data subnet is one VPC ID, availability zone 0, 1. Can you run it again? Like so close this in your terminal to run Terraform destroy. Because sometimes it might just be, I don't know, maybe you run Terraform destroy, then now run Terraform apply again. Maybe there's no typo, it's just probably the mistake you made before. Let's say. And it could just probably be a typo. Can you minimize, not minimize, but just drag? Okay, it's done anyway. So close this terminal for now. I just want to review your VPC thing because the issue might just be with like how your subnets, your VPC is. So close this one. Um, yeah, just um close the terminal itself.
Um,
Yeah, just kill it. No, you see where the trash can icon is over there. Just click that trash can icon.
yeah, I did that already.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, select your VPC.
Okay.
Yeah, close the trash can icon. Okay, it's fine if you want to do it that way, that's fine. But we don't need that terminal for now. I want to see your code.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Just a second. So private data subnet is a one, private data subnet is a two. The data availability zone. My public IP on launch. All right, let me see where you have that data stuff that is pulling the availability zone is up on your code. Scroll up. Because so far I don't see any typo in your code, but let's scroll up. Uh, yeah, scroll up right here. Okay, it's fine. Now run it. Let's say.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. They're giving me. Yeah, kind of slow. I don't know why it's so slow today.
Yeah, it's cool. It's okay.
Hmm?
Hoodie, are you still here? This is the first time I'm seeing you, so I don't know if you've been joining.
Maybe I needed to have destroyed it before, but I was not destroying it. I was just, clearing it and then.
Yeah, I think that may be the issue. The issue you were facing could have been like on the AWS side. Like sometimes when you try to create something, it might give you that thing, that error. I don't know. It could have been anything, right? So what I always do is like sometimes when you if I've reviewed if you've reviewed your code and everything is working, if you've reviewed your code and you don't see any issue, then that's the first thing I would always do is just destroy and reapply. Yeah, we'll see. When it gets to it's a little bit slow on creating your, yeah, when it gets to the endpoint, we'll see. Juliet, you guys are welcome. Ismail, Samuel, you guys are welcome. Mm. So I'm thinking like it's like the Terraform creation. How fast Terraform create the resources in your AWS account? Is it based on your computer speed? Because if it was my computer, it would have been done a long time ago. All right. So you're getting the same. There's a typo somewhere in your code,
Hmm.
right? So, and I don't even think is
I think it's the error. If you check the error, right, the second line, there is a this thing there here. No, just above that here. You see the DB subnet group doesn't meet availability zone coverage requirements. That's right there is a problem. Current coverage is US is
Oh, right
1A.
here.
Since DB subnet group doesn't meet availability zone coverage requirements, that is the problem. Current
Here.
AZ coverage is US is 1A. Add subnet to cover
so.
at least two AZs. So he has just one subnet there. That's the problem.
But that's the thing. Like, okay,
Right it.
add subnets to cover at least two aces. Yeah, I saw that earlier, but just close this and let's go in your. I think you have a typo in your VPC code.
Yes,
Is
that thing is not picking it up.
that's where it's coming from.
So one of the subnets is
So
actually done.
yes, some of the subnets probably in the same availability zone. So, but when I'm looking at this thing, right? So, so private data is the one, right? Can you just a second, data availability zones. Scroll up to the private app one. Let me see. 01 and scroll up. What region are you using? What in your
Yours
TFS
is
file?
yours is one. Okay, so in the TS VARS file, another thing I wanted to show you, this blue for the multi-AZ is not highlighted in purple like I saw on yours. It came out in blue. But here's the region I'm using.
Press
So
this one.
so
And
is it, Aziz, I saw something. I saw something just in his code. So I think there is no. He's supposed to explicitly call out the availability zone with data. Get availability zone, something like that. Data availability zone. That
mm-hmm.
is not there, and it is not fetching the number of availability zones that's supposed to be you know that's supposed to be seen. So
Yeah, I think
you go
so
back there.
US is one. So that's fine. You don't have to, every computer is different. It's just the blue one on yours is fine. It's the color code is fine. So go to your VPC code again. It has the data so up there. So go and go up to where your data is. Your data where you are fetching the availability zone. Go to that part. I think it's just a typo. No, keep going up. Keep going up. Right here.
Here.
Right. So this is where he has it. So I want you to um so what I want you to do something.
Yeah.
Copy the data all the way to the zones without the copy it like that, right? And open a new like a window, a new tab next to your thing. A new tab, just like a new no, not that one, like a new Visual Studio Code, like you are opening a new file. Just you see those in those empty space up there, yeah, double click in there. All right, now paste it in there. Then remove the quote and add a period. Add a period at the end. Remove the quote at the end, add a period, then put a period between everything.
Period.
Yes, no, yes, remove the space. All right, select everything, copy it.
So there's a period at the end of the zones, nothing else.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, like that. Copy it. Then go to your VPC file. Press Control F. Remove that. Remove whatever is in there and paste the one you copied. So you see what? No, not there. So press Control Z back. So in the Finder you open, remove what is in there.
Here.
Yeah.
Okay. You
Paste.
paste it.
Yeah. All right. So it's showing up there. It's showing up there. All right. Scroll down. Yeah, keep scrolling down. Yeah, keep scrolling down to the private subnet. Okay, showing up there. showing up there. Showing up there. Okay, so that's right. It's is availability zone thing looks right. This is so odd. Just a second. Comment. Data availability zone. Can I see your VPC in the management console? And just review it that way. Yeah, there's a typo somewhere.
Oh, here is it.
All right. Select your resource map.
I don't
All
know.
right.
The
Select the public.
USBs.
Select the. Can you move your mouse? So what is that US East 1 MIA 2 and
I don't know where that came from. I saw that too. I've been when I was troubleshooting and put it in the chat GPT, but I was like,
no,
I don't
something's wrong
know.
with your VPC. Like you have something wrong in there.
Okay.
So US East 1 MIA. All right.
If I can even
So
show you
that's pretty
something
much where
here.
the issue is.
Look here. You see? I don't know how.
What?
Hmm.
US
Okay,
is
here.
one. US, yeah, something's wrong in your thing. So let's look at um your oh, why did I just go blank? Let me look at your, that's where the issue is coming from. So let's look at your why am I going blank? Your provider file and your backend file. That's what I want to say. I don't know why I keep forgetting.
Okay.
So things you need to check where then after that you need to check where your provider and your backend file. All right. There's nothing in there. Then US is 1A. Then the next thing you need to check is run this command. Let me get it for you. I think I know where the issue is coming from. It's probably coming from how you configured your credentials on your computer. It's probably there because you probably typed. Can you go in your credentials file on your computer, like on your C drive?
Mm-hmm.
But after you do that, you probably just have to just create another one.
Yep.
But yeah, just open like a file explorer and go to your C drive.
Okay. Okay. Open this one.
Mm-hmm. No, you need to open your C drive where you're, so you see where, so go to like your File Explorer, C, users, right, that one. Then in the .aws one, click on the .aws, the first one. Then click on that credentials. Oh, no, don't do the config one. I think that one has the region. Okay. Our project US is funny. Then click on when your region is set up right here. I don't want you to open your credentials because if your credentials was wrong, you'll be able to authenticate. The only other thing I can think about is your default VPC is probably messed up. So can you go to your AWS console again? What is that case VPC you have there?
No, there's something I was working on last night. I was trying to do
Okay,
another project. Yeah.
okay. So select your default VPC. Let me see. I'll click on resource map. Yeah, that's probably the reissue. Delete your default VPC. So you guys, if you have issue with your default VPC, this is how you can delete it. So acknowledge and type delete default VPC in there. I don't think he copied.
Why is not allowing me to acknowledge?
Yeah, you have to type
So
default
add delete
type
default VPC.
type delete default VPC. That's what you need to type in there. Delete. You
Oh,
have to have delete default delete default VPC.
delete default VPC, the whole thing. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I acknowledge. But it
Oh,
doesn't, it's okay, click delete. As long as that delete is showing, you should be able to delete it. All right, now refresh your page. No, the whole page, like your whole web page. Then click actions again. And click create default VPC. So this is how you guys can create your default VPC if you create. All right. So those are showing up well. Destroy your Terraform. Run Terraform apply again. Let's see something if it would pick. So in your code.
yeah. This thing is low today. I don't know.
Scroll up. Let me see. So I don't think it's doing, scroll up. I just want to see what it's creating. I think it's, okay. Scroll down to that subnet group part. So delete everything. Something is probably wrong with your thing. I don't know where that the extra things you are getting in your VPC is coming from. Delete the no, type no, then now type Terraform destroy.
No.
Then Terraform
Terraform
destroy. Mm-hmm.
Maybe I should do the whole thing over, like destroy all of these
No,
files
you
and
don't
then
have to, you don't have to destroy the files. So the main thing you can do is like if we fix your VPC, the everything else will fall in place, right? Because that's the first thing you should create. So what I can say is like you can either comment out all the other ones for now, and we'll just only create your VPC for now. Then we'll review your VPC because that extra stuff that's showing up in your region, I'm not sure where that is coming from. Yeah. So okay. So while that is deleting, another thing we'll probably do is let me see your backend file again. Don't close this terminal, just click on your backend file. Uh, EC2. Then now cloud projects. Okay, you're using the cloud projects one. What about your provider file? Okay, cloud project. Cool. Okay. What about, because I think it's just there's just a typo somewhere. So the way we will do it is you can drag the line for the terminal down so that way we don't close it. Then the rest of your files, just comment them out, comment all of them out. So start with the NAT gateway, click the NAT gateway.
delete
No,
it.
no, don't delete it. Just because I don't want you to do the walkover. Select it, open it.
Oh,
Just click the file to open it. No, click
okay,
out
okay.
and just select it to open it. Then type Control A in there, click in there and type Control A to select everything. Control A. Then now press Control/.
Control/.
Mhm.
Okay.
There you go. So this is how you guys can comment. There's several methods, but this is the one I always use, right? So if next time now, if you want to uncomment them, you will select everything again. You will press Control// again. So if you press Control// again, press it, it will uncomment it. So that's how you comment and uncomment. So comment it out. Comment it out. Do Control// again. All right. Save the file and just do the same thing for all the rest of the files, except for the
Okay.
VPC. So to the EIC. No, not the backend, but the EIC.
Okay. Control A.
First click in there. You have to first click in the file you opened. There. There you go.
// and save. And then the NAT gateway, right? I think that was the first one. Okay, the security.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. So you guys, we are pretty much done for today. You guys can on YouTube. You guys don't have to wait. We are done. I'll catch you guys next week. We'll finish off the Terraform next week. So You guys don't have to wait around. Yeah, because now I'm just troubleshooting. So I know it's late over there. So yes, Juliet, I'm not sure if you're still here. Have a good weekend. And the rest of you guys, in case if I'm not looking at the comments, have a nice weekend, guys. I'll catch you guys next week. Okay.
Thanks, Azeez. Stay warm. Take it.
You're welcome, Israel. Thank you. Yeah, and here too, you guys don't have to stay. I mean, we're pretty much done. So no, don't comment out the TFS. Only the so you see on the TFS, that's fine what you did. Scroll up, but uncomment the VPC one. So the TFS file, right? You
Yeah.
only need to comment everything else, but leave the VPC one. So starting on your line, scroll down. Yeah. So line 14
Okay.
up to the beginning, uncomment those ones.
Okay.
Up to the beginning. You have to do your variables too.
The region?
Yeah, all of it. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The line. Yeah. No, if you do that, it's going to comment because you're already on comment that one. So just do 5 to 1.
Okay. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, because if you do that, then it will not comment out the one at the bottom. So let's review your CIDR block. Okay. All right, cool. Then the variables, you need to do the same thing. In your variables, you only just need scroll all the way up. Okay, so the VPCs, you have the VPC, scroll down, keep scrolling down. So you need to comment out everything up after line 58.
58 will be secrets manager, include secrets manager.
58 from 58 down.
Okay. Well, 58 down. Alrighty. I know.
I think there's just like a typo in your code somewhere, but I'm sure we'll figure it out. All right. So, so have you done all of them? You've done the security groups too, right?
Yeah.
Done
Yes.
secrets
Yeah.
manager, security group. Okay. Variables. Yeah, I
Yeah.
see. I get what. Yeah. Okay. Bye, Ismail. Have a good weekend. I'll see you next week. Okay. Now make sure do save all. File save all. Oh no, you have no, don't save that one. Close that one. That was the one. Cancel and close it here. See, yeah, this file, just close it. Don't save. Okay, perfect. All right, let's look at your RDS file. Yeah, you still have that one up. So comment out this one too. Okay. All right. Now is your stuff is done running. So now run Terraform. Okay, delete your .terraform folder and .terraform lock. Delete those two.
This one, right?
Yeah, delete them.
So, what is the purpose of unlocking the file? What does it do?
What file?
I mean, like all these files that we unlocking, I mean, we're commenting on, I mean, like we're commenting it. When you do that, what does it do to the file? Like,
When you comment out, when you run Terraform apply, it is not going to run them because it's not.
okay.
So anything you see in the green that has the hashtag before it in any software or application coding thing, it is comment. So that means any interpreter you are using to run your code, if it says that they know is a comment for you, is not something for them to run. So the system would just ignore it.
Okay.
You understand? So that's what that is. So in any code thing, so first run Terraform in it. In any coding thing, when you guys want to add comment, like maybe it's like a note to yourself, stuff like that, you use the hashtag. And so there's other symbols you can use, but the hashtag is the common one. All right, now run Terraform apply.
So
Right.
VPC security groups ID.
See, that's one of the things.
IDs.
Your VPC should not have a security group ID.
Okay.
So, oh, did you save your RDS file? You didn't save your RDS file. That's why. Save it. You commented it out, but you didn't save it. So it's still picking it up. So save it. All right. Now run Terraform apply again.
Yes.
So we could have even review. So scroll up in there while it is creating. All right. So stop on any of the USS one, region is USS one. Go to anyone that is creating your subnet. Okay, stop here, right? So the
Yeah.
CIDR block, subnet, availability zone, known after apply. So it's not. So why is availability zone the two things showing up for you?
I don't know. Is it possible to change it here? The MIA2A? I don't know.
No, it's not. It's like yours is something is wrong with your account. So it's your account, right? So um it's just let me look up this MIA to hold on. Let me just take a screenshot. Yeah, I don't know where that is coming from. This just I think it's your account. Something is wrong. All right. So whatever you are seeing there, that is the output for what you are creating. You can't change it. It's telling you what it is going to do. So to change anything would be in your code. What? Availability zone. What is that? What's the availability zone? Like that when is All right. So, um, you likely have the local zones enabled in your AWS account and your Terraform code. How do I check whether I have my local zones enabled? I think it's something just in your AWS account that how do I check?
What happens if you have two AWS accounts?
It don't matter.
Oh,
It's not you can check the okay, so go in your AWS account. I think it's just something in your AWS account that is messing it up. So go in your AWS account and go to your EC2.
here.
Right. So select so account attributes. Where's account attributes at? Scroll on the left menu, scroll down. Refresh the entire page. So scroll down. Let me just look on mine, so maybe I'll find it faster. This is it's just a setting in your account. So it says account attributes or zones. I'll see account attributes here. Or maybe under settings. Let's see. Zones. Okay, I see. Right. So scroll all the way down. Scroll all the way down on your EC2 console. Settings.
Settings.
Settings is the last one. It's the last one. Then click zones. Right. So scroll down. You can see that those ones are enabled too. Right. I'm not sure how you got enabled in yours. So just opt-in. First sort it by opt-in. So you see where the opt-in status, filter it by that so all your opt-in are showing in one place. So you see how the title thing, the title, so you can either filter it by the opt-in. You see the opt-in status. It says zone ID, zone name, zone type, location, state, and opt-in status.
Right.
Yeah, click that. Right, then click it again. Click it again. To click it again, the opt-in status again. Click it again.
Right.
There you go. So I think that's the only one. So you see how that is there. That shouldn't be there. So select that one.
Delete it.
Don't delete it. Let me see. Select that one and disable. Opt out. Yeah. To disable a zone group, you must contact AWS support to ensure that your request is completed as quickly as possible. Remove all resources from this zone in the zone group. So you have to tell AWS to open it. So for now, you can't, that's where the issue with your account is coming from. I'm not sure how that got enabled in your account. So that's what's causing the issue. Because since so several ways you can work on your project. Because we are using the zone thing, one of the zone is picking up that one, which is wrong, right? So that shouldn't be there because that one is like a local zone in Miami. So I'm not sure how that got enabled with your account. So it says to disable it, you have to contact AWS support. So you can open a support case, right, and contact them to remove it, or you can use another region to complete your project while you are waiting on that. You don't have to stop here. You can just switch your region to US East 1, 2 or something, Ohio, and use that region, right? While you are still waiting for them to remove this. So you see what I'm saying? Like but the thing is, if you use that region, you would have to go create your S3 bucket in that region and all that stuff in that region. Okay, I did. So let me see. What was that one you just sent?
Yeah, Terraform has a documentation where you can, if you don't want the local zone to be included in your availability zone, you just filter out by those options.
Okay,
It won't pick
perfect.
it up. Yeah, it's
Okay,
in the
perfect.
Terraform documentation.
So, okay, cool. So, Mr. Wright, copy what are they, but you still have to contact them to disable this for you. But in the meantime, copy what are they, the code are they pasted in the chat. Copy that one. Did you copy?
Yeah.
Then add it to your Terraform code. So in your VPC code, add it there. So I'll show you right above the data. So you can close this terminal for now. Yeah, close it by just click the trash can. Yeah, that's fine. Then in the go to your VPC file and scroll up to, if you close this terminal, you'll see it better. Just kind of like you're working with half screen. All right. In your scroll up to where the data is. Yeah, so on line 20, press enter there and paste that code there. So it's the same thing. We have availability zones. I just want to see filter. So is this filter saying for the name opt-in status?
Yes. So, but it needs
Opt-in
to
not
put the
so
it
for
needs
the
to put the
value, it
name of
needs to
the
put the
availability underscore zones there.
So so you see in the availability zones, the one you pasted, put the name of your current availability zone, right? On line 27, you see how it says availability zones, put it there. Copy that and put it in the empty. Well, you can do it that way too.
Put it in here with the values or here?
No, the name, the resource type and the reference name, because it needs to have a resource type and reference name.
Here.
You need the data too. So you only copy the So just copy just copy just the availability zones part, because that's the only thing that's missing from the first one.
I just copy everything I need to.
Yeah, that should work. Yeah.
So, but this filter is saying, so you only want to filter it by so you see what this filter is say, opt-in status, right? So what are the different things someone can filter it by? that is not going to, right? Because the opt-in status is opt-in status is on his. If we use this is under his opt-in
So,
status, that one is also there too.
so the value says opt-in not required. So it's not going to use those.
So this
Availability
Oh,
zones.
so this will ignore the local zone. Okay. So hold on, let me just check real quick. Uh, oh,
yeah. So it is only the local zone that have opt-in status, but that the opt-in status has been enabled. But with this value that says opt-in not required, it will ignore those local zones where the opt-in values have been required, like, have been enabled, something like that. It's there in the Terraform documentation. I just checked the
no,
documentation too.
the local this. So if you look at this, can you go to your AWS console again? Because if you look in this local zone, okay. Almost correct. Just add the name. Okay. Yeah, I think you're right, I think. But that's the thing, you see, oh, okay. Oh, I see. So I guess enable is different from enable by default.
Right here.
Right, okay. So yeah, just use that. I think that is right. So I think what I was thinking was, you see how under the opt-in, there's enable and the other ones that say enable by default. I guess the enable one, I think somehow, Mr. Wright, you enabled it. I'm not sure how.
Maybe I
So,
did. Maybe, yeah.
yeah, so
I hit
you have to
something.
contact AWS to help you remove it. So for that one, you create a support ticket. So now save your file, go back to your Terraform code.
Then it needs to comment out that
Comment
line
out
20.
line 26 and 7.
Line 26 and 27.
Well, the comment on 26 needs to go above line 20. You need to have a space between your code and you need to comment out line 27. So the comment, yeah, a space there, a space on between line 19 and line 20.
Okay.
Another space. Now copy the comment on line 29, paste it on line 21, and just, no, not that one. Line comment out, that one will be commented out. So yeah, copy that one, paste it on line 21, and remove line 29 and line 30. Just remove it.
Line 29 and 30.
Yeah, remove it. Yeah, like clean up your code, like press backspace up until you only have one more. There you go. All right, save your file, then now run Terraform apply. Save your file first.
Honestly, this is the first time I'll be seeing local
Yeah, same
availability
here.
zone enabled. Yeah, I'm
Same
like, what
here.
is this?
Same here. I didn't even know what that was. I had to look it up to like, but I didn't know Terraform had like a. Okay, before you no, don't apply yet. Let's review it. So scroll up. Yeah, just leave that yes in there. I just want to see. Scroll up. So yeah, it looks right now. So keep scrolling up. Keep scrolling up. Okay. Yeah. Keep scrolling up. Okay, it's working. All right, cool. So type yes. So I guess that's actually this is a good example or a good knowledge for everyone. Because even me, I just learned something new. We can probably, you see how we are using that data source to get a list of availability zones. This is for everyone. If you guys want, you can include this code for your data source. It's going to still be the same thing. I think you know what, I'll do it. The code I did paste, I'm going to format it to what it should look like to fit our own. So you guys can just replace our data source with that one. So that way it will cover for if you guys have availability zone. I mean your local zone enabled, it would automatically filter it out, and you don't have to worry about it. So I think that's good. But you just need to keep
So,
the same name. Copy.
okay. So checking the management console. Which one did we apply right now? Was it the RDS or just the VPC? I think it's just the VPC.
What?
I believe this is just the VPC.
Okay,
Yeah, you just created just only the VPC.
right.
So everything should be working now, so you can continue with your project, uncomment everything else and run it, then
Okay,
everything should be working now.
okay.
So if you guys want, you can replace your data source with this. The data source
So
for the availability zone. I'll paste it on YouTube. I think everyone already left,
I
but
could just for the AWS support, right? Copy this and then send a message to them to remove this. That's what you.
yeah, to disable it. Yeah.
Okay.
So if you type
Um.
support in the search thing and click support there. And you see when let's do it this way. You see where you were trying to delete that disable it? I think there was like a hyperlink there that probably will take you to that. So account,
Okay. Yeah, I see
yeah, I
what
think
you said.
there was an hyperlink there.
Let's see if I went back, if they will bring me in there. Okay. Wait, is it gone?
No, it's still there. You just filter and click it again. It's
Okay.
there. I click
Here.
that. Yeah. I guess it brought you to the same place. So account. So you will probably be account.
Mm-hmm.
Mm, or maybe it's technical.
Or maybe just send them the message, then probably they will know.
Yeah, so sometimes because they have different teams that handles different things. So here you just want EC2. Look for EC2. Is that all it
Then,
has? It's right
right.
there. EC2 is the first one.
So easy to um
Yeah,
and
scroll down.
then
Okay, it's not showing you anything. Scroll up. Maybe you can just type your case then.
yeah, create the
Yeah, create
case.
case. Yeah.
So that'll be
Yeah,
technical.
technical.
And then
I know when you're on the free plan, AWS, you can't really message them, but for certain things you can message them about. So,
mhm.
mm, just
So,
do
so
account and billing. Do it under account and
let,
billing, then just type it there that you are trying to renew service, then easy to. Just type EC2 in the search box. Or say what is there, what account, just do account. Category EC2 or whatever option you can see there.
Rebuild EC2 Classic or
No, onboarding, let me see, close my account. Scroll down, other account issues. Other account issues. Then severity, general, next. Then you type your thing there, you type your thing, and you can attach, take a screenshot, attach it. They should help you handle it.
okay. So we could copy this, right? This delete thing.
Now you have to explain to them what you are trying to do. So there, that's where you type the description. Just there, you just have to type disable a local zone in my EC2 for US is one. Then you can take a screenshot of the whole page and send it to them, and they should handle it for you.
Screenshot.
If
I'll
not,
just
you can
attach it
attach
All
it.
now.
right. So yeah,
Mhm.
then attach that file and just give it a name, and you should be done. It'll get back to you. But in the meantime, your Terraform stuff will work since we add that filter. And I think you guys, if you guys are the ones, those that are here, you guys should just update your data source to the code that I pasted. And that would just handle in case if you have the local zone enabled. Because it still fits into right into our code. We just add in filters to it.
Yeah, I think you got the wrong file.
Yeah.
2026 01 024 is the file name.
Mm.
2026.
No, visual is the right file. I think it's this one, right?
No, 2026. Type 2026, let's see. 2026 01 24. It's a screenshot 2026. Yeah, like today's date is timestamped.
Oh, okay, okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
You can't type it like that because it's not. Just type 2026.
2026.
Or search from the top. You can search it from the top if you cannot.
Oh, 2023.
You see where it says search screenshot at the top? Just
Here,
that will no yeah
2026.
2026. Yes. Yeah.
Okay,
So
so it'll be this one.
yeah, exactly
Yeah.
today's date.
And then,
No, open. No, you click open, then it will.
okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, you have to put a name up there for the message.
And sometimes when you send these messages, then they come online. I don't know, like right away to troubleshoot with you, you know. You might have a live agent.
Some
They
it, dep-
rarely, most time they will send email and kind of like
it
you
depends on
just
it
exchange.
depends on what you pick. Like let's say you at your company's account, you can if you message them, they message you right back immediately and they will jump on a call with you. If you request that, it just depends on what, but I don't know about the free account. So
So this is what is here. This recommendation was generated using.
so contact us is there. You can prefer look at them, please complete these resources. So yeah.
Yeah, they just want to make sure you don't have any resource in that local
Mm-hmm.
zone. So I think you should be good.
Yeah, they'll handle it for you. So
Mm.
So like I was saying here, there could be a live agent that will come up right away.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
okay, yeah, so you can chat with them and they should handle it for you. But anyway, I gotta go. So
Yes, yes, Aziz.
the
I did thank you too.
the rest of your file just you can just remove the comments and when this done and continue as usual. So everything should be working now.
Control / right?
Yeah, control/, so you select everything again, control/, then you remove it.
Yeah. Thank you,
All
Aziz.
right, no problem.
I did thank you too, brother. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right. Thank you everyone. I will see you guys next week. Have a good weekend.
All right.
All right. Bye guys.
Yeah, thank you, Aziz.
Thank you. Thank you, Ade. Thank you for your help.